As Bangladesh go, Jishan Alam returns at the top of the order. He'll partner Ashikur Rahman Shibli. Out goes Adil bin Siddiq. And they've got the extra seam of Rohan Abdullah Borshon in place of Rafi Usman Rafi. They're all set, Bangladesh. But Nepal have understood the trends that are developing here. They're going to bat first. First time a captain's won the toss and batted here. We have seen 5 wins out of 7 to the team batting first. A comprehensive one yesterday by India over a New Zealand side. I was on the phone with Scott Styris, trying to improve, figure out what they can do next, where they can go from here. He ignored them, and here he is next to me. Morning, Scott.
Morning, Ronak. Morning, everybody. Yeah, it was no help, that is for sure, with what we saw yesterday. 200-plus run victory for India, who looked mightily impressive. But I found an interesting conundrum for the teams, because it is the same pitch that was used yesterday. In the back end of that innings, it started to really turn later in the day. Arjun Kamal, not a bad average and strike rate to go with it. His job will be to get past that new ball. And his partner, Bipin Rawal at the other end as well. Arjun Kamal with 90 already in this tournament versus New Zealand, 39 the best for Bipin Rawal. So quite the tournament he would like. But yeah, just talking about the pitch, there's a little more moisture in it today because it is the second day. The ground staff wanting to hold it together as much as possible.
Iqbal Hassan Iman, don't go by that average. He's looked threatening with the new ball. Mr. Missed out against Ireland, but created chances against India. 2 slips in place. We thought we were all set. But they're going to rely on their new ball bowlers here, Bangladesh. Maruf Mrida has been terrific. Had a little bit of trouble regarding where he lands on the surface. But he's going to take the new ball, you'd expect, with Iqbal Hussain Iman.
Will there be any movement up top? That's the big question and the thing to look out for. Because of that ground staff decision to try and make it last another 100 overs today.
Into swing. He will take best advantage of this new ball. 2 slips in waiting, exactly that kind of shape. Goes away from the right-hander.
Important to get the length right. Even though Bangladesh lost the toss, as we say, there should be a little bit of help. Faisal Afridi standing at one end.
Yeah, he's got his compatriot at the other. Rashid Riaz, both umpires from Pakistan, hail from Punjab. Conventional deep third and deep fine leg. 3 men in the ring of the offside, 2 in the leg. Carry wouldn't excite the bowlers much.
Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? The pitch surface that we are using. We've spent a bit of time talking about it. Used yesterday for the best part of, what, 80 overs or thereabouts. And the Indian spinners in the second innings got the ball to turn sharply. Now, there are cracks developing, which is why the ground staff have tried to put some more moisture into the surface to allow it to hold together. Maybe that just means it's a little soft. And that carry through with 2 slips. Need to find a way to get the bounce, but so far he's been on the money. Good length, any sort of movement. Think of Limbani yesterday, the Indian seamer who picked up those 2 wickets. Perfect length with swing. caught the New Zealand batsman on the crease. That's exactly what Iman is looking to do.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing more and more evidence that that ball will do only that much for that long. So you've got to get it right in your opening overs. Oh, sounded beautiful. The result is even better. What a way to get on the board for Arjun Kumal and Nepal.
That's as elegant as it gets. Arjun Kumal got into such a good position. It wasn't a genuine half volley, but didn't look at it too hard. All timing. That is classy. Not a bad delivery by any stretch, but look at the body weight transfer, getting himself into the ball.
You give him a lot of confidence. That 90 against New Zealand, but 2 low scores since. Sweetly timed again. He's enjoying this, Arjun Kumal. Back-to-back boundaries to finish the first over. Nepal 8 without loss. Arjun Kumal is right up there, the leading run getters. Captain's an important player, Dev Khanal at number 4. But it was hard work batting at Buffalo Park in East London. Not just for Nepal, but so New Zealand, Afghanistan can get runs here. We've seen in Bloemfontein. India have shown the way.
Well, those run totals say to me important for Bangladesh to get early wickets. Pick up a couple. They're going to be in big trouble with shots like that, though. Carbon copy of the delivery before.
Right, Maruf Mirza. Strike bowler for Bangladesh. 5 of those 7 wickets in the opening game against India. Unfortunately, that 5-wicket haul was in a losing cause. Couple against Ireland. Captain didn't use him much against the United States. A slip for the left-handed Raval. Bipin Raval himself, left-hand batter. 39 in the game against Pakistan. Tentative. Now Maruf Mirza, it's an interesting story here developing. Such a good bowler, but he's been cautioned in multiple games here so far. This is a game against Ireland. It's that second stride, the second foot there, that one there, which goes into what is perceived to be the danger area. Can't do that. A number of the officials have had a word with him. They've been giving him warnings. I'm sure it was something at the back of the coaching staff's mind. Unfortunately, there's an error here. He's overstepped early on, so this is going to be an opportunity for Bipin Raval.
Yeah, comfortable no ball, wasn't it? But what a gift this is for Roel as batsman, just trying to gauge the pitch. And now an opportunity to get his innings underway. Stuart Law, one of the coaches, Wasim Jaffer is there as well. Some high-powered coaching staff with Bangladesh. He's done the senior job for Bangladesh before.
Free hit. Wild swing. Gets away with it, Maruf Mirza. But Stuart Law and the rest of the coaching staff would have had to work with Mirza. Now, you can see placed something in what they perceive to be the danger area. Scotty?
It all seems well and good, but he's not bowling at full speed there. It's easy to control the movements of your body when you're only going at 50%. Just look at the angle of the run-up as well for Maruf. the natural angle of his run-up is heading down towards a leg slip, and all of a sudden he has to change direction, almost in a U, to get off the danger zone, and he's bowling 100% here, and that's not an easy thing to do. One of the options he does have is just to straighten the angle up. Look, he starts well outside the pitch line, and he's running towards a leg slip, and then all of a sudden he has to go back towards first slip. Maybe just starting that run up a fraction straighter will help.
Radar slightly off. No ball and a wide already from this over. Ball before this one, though, the carry through to the keeper. And keep the batter aware, alert. You can only assume it is going to be at the back of his mind. Now umpires deemed that to be wide. Thought about it for a second, Rashid Riaz.
The other thing, just watching this action, watch the front foot when it lands. It's splayed open. And therefore, when he pushes off at the delivery, it again pushes him towards fine leg. He's got no other option. That front foot wide open. So it's almost as if he's trying to ask his body to go in the opposite direction of where his momentum is. So there's a lot of things, I think, around his action that he needs to tidy up, get everything more in straight lines. And I think that will help a lot.
Rahul will get off the mark here. It's a big outfield. I thought about the third. Happy with the two. Yes, and it's still led to success for Maruf Mirza in spite of what is certainly something he has to work on.
That's the splayed front foot. And because he pushes the ball when he releases it, that's the difference in direction his body weight's going versus where his body wants to go.
And what he's done often to just get away from the spotlight of the umpire with regards to that danger area has come around the wicket. And that way, when he bowls to the right-hander, he's targeting the stumps. His natural angle takes him away from the surface. Yeah, it seems like an improvement, something he's worked on. How does it affect what happens at the other end, though? "13 without loss." India and Pakistan taking points forward from the wins that they secured against Bangladesh and Ireland for India, and New Zealand and Nepal for Pakistan respectively.
Yeah, the thing to focus on there is the net run rate in the final column between Pakistan and Bangladesh. And it's an unusual format, this tournament, because there is a chance if Bangladesh win today and beat Pakistan in the next game, they would have lost once in this tournament and still not qualified for the semi-finals. They will have the same number of points as Pakistan. That net run rate is huge. And what that roughly works out to is having to win today by 100 runs and something similar in the next match versus Pakistan. And Bangladesh are trying desperately not to focus on the net run rate aspect. They know they have to win the game and concentrate on that discipline today. So I think it's important from a mindset perspective for Bangladesh today to not get impatient, knowing that they have to win well. The bowlers have already been a little loose and a little sloppy, 3 wides and 1 no ball in the first 2.1 overs. But the disciplines of sticking to the right areas, don't try and bowl that miracle wicket-taking delivery, and let the pitch up front and the skill of your bowlers do the work for you. Worry about the net run rate later in the day.
Yeah, to be honest, I like the format. Bangladesh, even though they went down to India, had the opportunity to regain an advantage against Ireland. They took an awfully long time to get to 30 because there were nerves. They wanted to first get the job done. Oh, that's gone through. This field, got to keep their eye on the ball here. Bangladesh, there's been some assistance to the seamers, but Nepal have helped themselves to 16.
These are the things that really do frustrate coaches. Talked about Stuart Law, Wasim Jaffa, another bowler. He was running into that danger zone. Imon. He's looked good, but it can be a problem. But yeah, misfields, wides, no balls, all of those things are controllables. And that's what coaches don't like to see. Players play good shots. They can get lucky. But you can help yourself with real discipline with the basics of the game.
It's good stuff from Iqbal Hussain Imon. And it doesn't end with the ball. There's no danger area at the other end. When you bowl, you could have a go.
Well, it wasn't just the bowler there having a go. All of Bangladesh's fieldsmen, including the slip and keeper, point, square leg, they all came in to crowd and have a bit of fun with the batsman. The umpire at square leg, not impressed by it at all.
Yeah, they went down to India. In that game against Ireland that followed, took the chase deep. That having been said, chasing hasn't been easy here. Only 2 successful chases in 7 games so far in this tournament at the Mangaung Oval. Right, they're giving Arjun Kumar plenty to think about, a lot to listen to. And then decided to bat first against the United States. Won by 121. Seen India register wins in excess of 200-run margin. Tough game that against Pakistan coming up though.
Reminding everybody too, Bangladesh, the Asia Cup champions not long ago, beating India in the final. Semi-final. Battle of the powerhouses, so they would have been disappointed with that loss in the first game of the tournament.
End of the over, Nepal 16 without loss. And that's the other aspect of why I like this format. Nepal, with the win against Afghanistan, have now secured opportunities to play Bangladesh and India. I think at this stage, at this level, it's about opportunities. And that's in spite of going down to New Zealand and Pakistan. And just to carry on the point, as Maruf Mrida continues. While it would be unfortunate if Bangladesh were to miss out, should they win their next game, I think India and Pakistan, there could be no complaints that they would be the 2 best teams from this part of the group with the way they've played. The other group, though?
You sure about that?
Well, let's see how Pakistan-Bangladesh goes.
Yeah, it's a moot point, isn't it? If Pakistan go on and beat Bangladesh, it means India and Pakistan have beaten Bangladesh. But this is a talented Bangladesh side, no question about it, in good form in recent times.
Now, the extras are something Bangladesh's captain was quite vocally frustrated about. I spoke to him at the end of previous games. 29 against Ireland, 23 against India, 19 against the United States. A lot of those have been wides. It's 46 wides, as Keith Lane points out, in 3 games.
It's a nice delivery, isn't it? Got the length right with a bit of swing. One type of delivery I think Bangladesh cannot afford to put in the back pocket and not use is the bouncer. Often when you play the associate nations who don't get to face this sort of pace on a consistent, regular basis, their techniques are all geared up toward getting onto the front foot. And we've already seen some exquisite drives through the covers. So they're more comfortable, these Nepal batsmen, when they do get on the front foot. So you've got to push them back, get their body weight back, thinking about the short ball, and then the fuller delivery to tease them.
That's a beauty. And when he's on song, that's why he's dangerous. Maruf Mrida. But again, umpire is having a look. Umpire Rashid Riaz just the aftermath of that delivery, a beauty from Maruf Mrida, once again examining the area that we're speaking about. Started so well against India. Maruf Mrida, ball was moving, nicked off Arshin Kulkarni and then Mushir Khan. And then came back towards the end. Surprised that he didn't bowl in the middle period when India consolidated. Excellent catch that. And just made the left-handers reach as he was bowling wide and full. 5-wicket haul. Already up to 6 extras.
That can happen too when you are having running on the wicket issues, as you start thinking and focusing on getting off the pitch and forget how you must be focused on what's going on at the other end. And that's a lot better, that one. I'm not happy with the end result, but somehow, some way, he has to try and put those running on the wicket issues to the back of his mind.
Edged and taken. No problem with that. Maruf Mrida, Bangladesh's main man, nicks off Nepal's Bipin Rawal.
That's the full delivery, swinging that all left armers need to master on the drive. That's a sharp catch as well. The ball flew through to the first slip. And Bangladesh can just relax a little. They've picked up their first. Bipin Rawal out for 2, 18 for 1.
He's a good catch. Here's Akash Tripathi at number 3. Quite had the tournament he would have liked. Scores of 2, 6 and 16. has a job to do with the ball as well, but as a number 3, I'd like to improve on those numbers in the Super Sixes. Dismissal of the left-hander gives Maruf Mrida comfort of bowling to 2 right-handers. Just to watch out for the ball that comes in.
Having the perfect delivery to the left-hander, very similar to the wicket-taking delivery for Bangladesh. Look at that. No, it doesn't quite get out to the pitch of the ball. That's a good catch when they fly like that, that shoulder height. They can often just blow through the hands, so it's a very good effort.
Yeah, he's been excellent in the slip cordon right throughout. Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan. He's taken a few sharp ones. Yeah, you said it as soon as the right-hander came in. He's got to watch out for the one that comes in. It's what Maruf Mrida is trying. First 2 balls have done too much.
The wides issue, I think, has been tournament-wide. I've come from Kimberley, and it was a big problem in that group as well. I know it was 611 wides in the first round in total. 20 for 1.
Come on, boy!
Early loss of Bipin Rawal after Nepal won the toss, selecting to bat here. First time the captains decided that. You can understand why. Only 2 successful chases at this ground, of this tournament. 7 games so far. And we come back to that point you were making towards the end of the over on extras. It's exactly this kind of situation Bangladesh find themselves in. There's not a lot that's happened. A few nice shots of the bat. If you take away 8 extras, and you're looking at 12 for 1 and 4 overs. Instead of that, the batters feel good, still going at 4s and 5s, which is acceptable at this ground.
And if you're being fair, these are young men still on their journey of evolving into the players they will become. So you expect a few more mistakes. And they will tighten up as the years go on. Doesn't make it any easier from a coaching staff perspective and captain as well. Now the Bangladeshis starting to get stuck into Tripathi. Not having a bar of it either, just waving them away. There we go.
There's no neighbourly love here. He is walking right up to the territory of the batter. Is Iman? I've got no problem with that.
No problem with any of that. I think it's the previous ball where he does look back and get himself involved. But the last delivery, I thought he did really well. He played the shot and then just simply turned away and walked back to square-legged. Did not engage with the Bangladesh fielders at all. And I think that's the right way to handle it.
And it's nice to see it's not triggered a reaction in terms of his batting. So far, he's just walking away, moving towards square leg.
Faisal Afridi just having a word, trying to keep the emotions in check. Some players revel in that confrontation, Virat Kohli being one of them. David Warner in early days certainly did as well. Others prefer to not engage whatsoever and sit inside their bubble.
That'll help. Tripathi's off the mark. Likes to bowl the short ball, Balasalimon. Haven't seen it yet. New ball, understandably, trying to get the slips in play. Maruf Mrida's managed to get that first wicket.
Really nice delivery to finish off the 5th over. It's 23 for 1.
Well, maybe honours even halfway through the first power play. A couple of nice boundaries from Arjun Kamal, who batted so nicely in Nepal's first game down in East London. It was against New Zealand, where he made 90. But then the strike back from the left-arm seamer Maruf, who's been so good this tournament. Gives me great joy to welcome W.V. Raman alongside me. Very good morning, firstly. Should be a good contest today.
Good morning, Andrew. I see you're all excited. It's been absorbing cricket in the first 5 overs. Nepali batters got off to a good start, played some pleasant shots. Kumar played a couple of lovely drives through the offside in the very first over, which forced Iman to alter his length later on. And as usual, Maruf picked up a wicket. And these Bangladeshi boys are a bit chirpy as well.
There's a lot on the game, isn't there? Particularly for Bangladesh. Need to win both matches to get to the semi-finals. They'll also need to win them well. Something I think Stuart Law will be well aware of. The one thing that they do have in their advantage, if they can get a victory today over Nepal, it's Pakistan they play next. So the net run rate swing will be doubled up as such. Whatever margin they beat Pakistan by will also pull them back down. But 1.61, it's a big gap to bridge.
It is India and Pakistan already have got 6 points. And it'll take a lot out of Bangladesh to try and get there, because it's also a case of them bettering their net run rate.
Well, there's my elementary mathematics disappointing again. 1.73 that margin, I think it is, not 1.61. I think I was usually a C grade student in that vicinity. Better on the cricket field than in the mathematics classroom.
Conditions are different slightly here because there's a bit of breeze blowing across the ground. It'll facilitate a little bit of swing for this Bangladeshi fast bowlers. But the pitch is the same. It's flat, it's dry, and there'll be a lot of runs to be had for the batters. A bit breezy today compared to the days leading up to this game. It has been warm. It is getting hotter as the day progresses in the week gone by.
Yeah, just like New Zealand, they've had to make that journey up from East London. And there's a little bit of involvement from both Rashid Riaz with both of the running batter and the bowler. Let's take a look at what happened here. Already getting a bit tasty out there. It's only after half-10. So running through for the single. I think this might have been, well, maybe a little bit bold, wasn't it, from Arjun Kamal? Was there a little bit of a change in direction there from the youngster? Supposed to be a non-contact sport, remember, WV. Things are getting lively out there already.
I think the batter is doing the right thing, running down the same path as where the bowler is bowling from. It's up to the bowler to move away from the path. And he was not looking and doing it deliberately, one would presume.
And as you'd expect any good umpire, like Rashid Riaz and Faisal Khan Afridi, two excellent umpires, they've done exactly the right thing. They've immediately intervened and said, boys, no more of that. Back to the cricket, please. But that's what's on the line today. Bangladesh desperate to win to keep their semi-final hopes alive. Nepal want to continue to add to their list of big scalps that they've beaten in the history of this tournament. 6 overs have been bowled. It's 25 for 1. Well, things heating up both overhead and on the pitch here in Bloemfontein. We're going to see the first change of bowling. Borsan coming in. 3 seamers and then plenty of spin options for Bangladesh. You've obviously been here throughout. Some impressive spin options too. Just the 1 wicket so far for Borsan in this tournament.
Yeah, they got a balanced attack, Bangladesh. And they're bowling first up here on this venue, which is always an advantage. If at all, there is an advantage for the bowlers on this surface.
Continuing with the slip in place. Tripathi's at a very difficult tournament with the bats. And Kamal, well, if we had a wagon wheel for his entire tournament, almost all his runs have been on the offside. Very strong through there. I think Bangladesh look like they've started to learn, getting straighter to him. Great story, isn't it, though, Nepal getting through to the Super 6, the only associate side here.
Yes, they've been making progress at Nepal. Even at the senior level, they've been doing really well in the recent past. Extra bounce for Beauchamp. Likes to hit the deck hard as Beauchamp.
Well, you're spot on, WV. It's not just the Under-19 World Cup that we're bringing you every ball of from here in South Africa that Nepal are enjoying. They'll have that T20 World Cup in June, a return to that for the first time in 10 years. That'll be out in the United States and the West Indies. They're again a little bit in a group of death there in Group D. They'll have to play against Bangladesh again, actually. South Africa, Netherlands also with them, Sri Lanka too. Lively, very lively. And that is a very well-directed bouncer.
That's the thing about bowling a bouncer. It's got to be well-directed, it's got to be quick. And Beauchamp does well, really, to surprise the batter. He's given him a taste of what he can do as far as short stuff is concerned. Is he setting him up? You'll have to wait and see. Absolutely surprised and straight at him. He was looking to protect himself rather than play at it.
He does play the uppercut quite a lot. We saw that in the Asia Cup last month in Dubai and also down in East London. He doesn't hook or pull though, so that's a good line, a really good line for Borsan to challenge Kumal with.
two fielders out in the deep within the first power play. Conventional field set here. A third and a fine leg. He softened him up as Beauchamp. Now very bowler fuller length delivery.
Guided away, maybe a fraction of an edge to that as well. You can just see everything though for Kamal is opening up the offside. That's where he wants to score.
That's because he stays within the line of the ball, looks to create room for himself. He's aware of his strength, obviously. He knows he's a good player through the offside. So he does stay leg side of the ball as much as possible.
91 he made against Afghanistan in the Asia Cup last month, 90 against New Zealand in East London. Looks for that Yorker that you wanted, WB, but can't squeeze it through. Turned into a low full toss. A fiery over, end of the 7th, 27-4. Nepal have been very strategic about their approach to their batting. You can see under the leadership of Jagat Tamada, who's done this job for so long. Nepal's sports coach of the decade, he was voted a couple of years back, and he really has wanted them to take their innings as deep as possible. They've generally done that pretty well. Pushed New Zealand pretty well. So we see a change in ends for Iman. And in that New Zealand contest, it was Kamal that was the top scorer that got them up. They only lost by about 60 runs, but again, you'll see here WV almost everything through the offside.
Yeah, fairly evident that he likes to play through the offside, and he's looking for anything and everything possible on the offside. That's because he doesn't come across. He stays inside the line of the ball, looks to create room for himself, as I said earlier.
Yeah, as an opening batter, he actually plays spin really well, and that was one of the problems in the game against Pakistan. Even though they fought hard, they batted their 50 overs to make 197. He fell early, and it was the spinners that just dried up the runs in the middle. The two left-arm spinners for Pakistan in particular. They played the seamers well against Pakistan. Ironically, we thought the big 6'8" Mohammad Zishan was going to be the one that would roll through Nepal, having taken 6 wickets against them in the Asia Cup last month. But generally, they've been really competitive down there in East London in a tough group. Today's another chance for them, isn't it? Again through the offside where he loves it. Chance maybe to upset the Asia Cup champions, Bangladesh.
Just the length well enough did Kamal, but did not get close enough to the ball to play it with any kind of control. And that's the reason he had to open the face of the bat. Just throwing the bat at it, no feet at all. You're talking about the strategy that you mentioned about Nepal trying to employ here, about batting deep and making optimum use of 50 overs. I think no side has done it better than India. They've done it really well. And where they've really been outstanding is in the middle overs, working the ball around the ground and picking up ones and twos. And that's been the key to their success so far as a batting unit.
Another good, sharp bouncer. There's aggression out there, isn't there? Tripathi does well to keep this one out. Fully agree with you, WV. The one thing that Nepal could really learn from is how they accelerate at the death. Again, Rashid Riaz is laying down the law. Thinks the fielders are probably getting a little overexcited.
Nice, powerful run-up. Good delivery stride. And excellent length as well to surprise the batter. It's a tricky surface as far as bowling bounces are concerned, because you've got to hit the right area to achieve your objective, that of surprising the batter. Otherwise, you're going to be providing opportunities to the batters, because it does come along nicely to the bat.
Full toss. This is going to be gone. Not the delivery he'll have wanted to get it with Iman, but Tripathi's got himself in a tangle, and all he could do was scoop it up to mid-off, and Nepal have lost a second.
I've been talking about surprising the batters with a short delivery, but here it is. Tripathi is surprised of a full toss. And he was so surprised that he ended up spawning up a catch to the field at mid-off. Absolutely a nothing shot, this. Lost control of his bat as well. Simple, straightforward catch to the skipper at mid-off. And that's the end of Tripathi. 28 for 2, Nepal. Tripathi dismissed for 3.
Here comes the captain, Dev Canal. He's batted really nicely in this tournament, went through a roller coaster of emotions. In that final game against Afghanistan, he thought he was steering his side home in that innings of 58, but he got out, I think, with about 20 odd to win, and he had the agony of watching his lower order just get Nepal over the line. He's had 2 starts in his first 2 games, 23 and 36 against New Zealand, and in that first 50 was against Afghanistan. He's very stylish, very elegant, and quite languid, good through the offside, likes to drive.
Interesting thing about him for me is that his nickname is DK. I know a DK who comes from my neck of the woods.
Good nickname, that one, isn't it? Yeah. He's also, by Nepali standards, quite tall as well. Him and Gulshan Jah, really the only 2 over 6 foot in the squad. And he uses that long front stride to drive the ball nicely. So wicket taken over, 8 have been bowled, 28 for 2. Well, 2 low scorers at the top of the order again for Nepal. Tripathi's had a tough tournament with the bats. Disappointed with that dismissal in the previous over. So this is an important partnership for Nepal, these 2. The aggression continues. This is impressive fast bowling. Real hostility to it, isn't there, WV? And the umpires again having to get involved.
It's all right to be aggressive. It's all right to be hostile as far as your bowling is concerned. It looks like there's a lot of chat going on. Good bounce at this once again, and he's all at sea. Against the short stuff, and he's got to watch out. He's got to try and come across somehow to work the gaps on the onside. And the umpires have been repeatedly having a chat with the Bangladeshi skipper. As far as they're concerned, they're doing the right thing, trying to nip things in the bud. And this was the dismissal of Tripathi, a full toss, a straightforward catch to the field at mid-off.
You have to say, excellent umpiring. Rashid Riaz has been very clear with his communication. And also, he came straight in from square leg. He could tell that that was a blow to the helmet, so he wanted the mandatory concussion check. Good news is that Arjun Kamal is good to continue. And now a slower ball. You can see Bangladesh clearly have learnt already. They're going much, much straighter to Kamal. He's getting no width to work with.
Yeah, you're right. They've realized the fact that he likes to stay leg side of the ball, does Kumal, and that's the reason they're getting the ball to nip back into him. cramping in for room. They also would have seen his videos. They would have realized he likes to play on the offside. So it's not a case of updating yourself based on which you formulate your strategies.
Two straight this time. You think historically of Bangladesh cricket, you think of wonderful spin bowlers, Shakib Al Hassan and all of the left-arm spinners down the years, but in recent times there's been a real burgeoning fast bowling pack, hasn't there? The likes of Hassan Mahmood, Shariful Islam, Taskin Ahmed, Badat Hussain, Mustafizur Rahman. These young under-19 Bangladeshi quicks who've been so good this morning. They've got idols to look up to, don't they, at home?
Yeah, that's also inspired these lads to be as good as they are now. Beauchamp.
Could be a chance at deep third. He perishes. And the aggression and excellence from Bangladesh continues. Borsan has his first. He's deserved that. More hostility, more aggression, but excellent fast bowling of the highest quality. Nepal in trouble.
You did mention that he likes to play the ramp shot, and Kumar tried that, but he found the fielder, unfortunately. He picked the right delivery to play that, but the angle of bat was such that there was more height, and it went comfortably for Maroof to complete the catch. And that's the end of the innings of Kumar. Nepal 29 for 3.
Well, what a time to walk in for your first appearance of the tournament. Former Nepal under-16 captain Vishal Bikram KC has been the only player in the 15-man squad who hasn't actually appeared yet in the tournament. And when he comes, he's a strong run scorer back in domestic cricket in Nepal, but this is his first game. And a big challenge. Quality of Bangladeshi fast bowler as well. It's really impressed me.
I think he'll be given a special welcome here, because the Bangladeshi bowlers have been hostile, they've been aggressive, and they've picked up wickets early enough. As expected, greeted with a short delivery. Beauchamp has really got his tail up, and he's working up good pace as well this morning.
Yeah, funny dismissal, isn't it? Because he's hit it exactly pretty much where he wanted to, but he could not have picked out deep third any better. Nice catch with some fun celebrations on his back as well. Full of energy. Well held by Maroof down at deep third. Finally, Fuller for the first time.
Beauchamp was peppering Kumar with short stuff, and eventually got him over short delivery. And that's because he was shifting his line subtly from around the off stump to the leg stump. And the dismissal resulted as a result of Kumar getting cramped up. Even though he made room for himself, it is not enough in the end. All he could manage was give a simple chance to the fielder at third.
First runs of the tournament. And good running should get him back for 2 as well. Yes, just home. So Vishal Bikram KC's account is underway. End of the 9th. It's 31 for 3. Three wickets in the power play, and in the sense that both this partnership and Gulshan Jah, who'll be in at number 6, They're going to have to rescue this innings, start to salvage it for Nepal. Dev Canal has had a good tournament.
Yeah, going right to that point you were making about Bangladeshi bowlers being really good as far as fast bowling department is concerned. That's due to the fact that, I'll get back to that the dismissal of Kumal here, ramping it but straight to the fielder. And he always likes to celebrate, as Maroof. Whenever he picks up a wicket or takes a catch, you'll always see him celebrating. Going back to the point about fast bowlers, Bangladesh cricket has engaged the services of Courtney Walsh, Alan Donald, and that's something will always inspire the youngsters. And that's been the reason why you see the emergence of a lot of fast bowlers. The three playing here are really good. Iman, Maroof and Bosha. They always had a rich history of spin bowling. But fast bowling is something that is a recent phenomenon. And that's as a result of all these legendary fast bowlers going to that part of the world and helping them out, working with them. And that's terrific, because if you see fast bowlers emerging in the subcontinent, it really makes for great cricket overall. We've seen India really leading the way as far as subcontinent is concerned in the recent past. Of course, Pakistan always had great fast bowlers.
Isn't it brilliant the way, though, that the BCB and Bangladesh cricket in general has identified, okay, historically we've been a bit weaker there within our fast bowlers. We have not just done work with our surfaces to get them a little bit better, but then that generation they brought on, those Hassan Mahmoods, those Shariful Islams, Taskin Ahmed has bowled with real fire and aggression. With his Mustafizer, we see shades of him in Maroof, don't we? But they've changed the culture. All of a sudden, you grow up loving your cricket in Bangladesh. You don't necessarily want to be a spinner first. You might want to be a quick bowler now. It's great to see. And that's the scale of the challenge for Nepal. They obviously faced an excellent Pakistani fast bowling attack down in East London. Afghanistan had one or two quicks as well. Khalid Ahmed in particular stood out for me. But against New Zealand, there wasn't quite the same pace. So coming here to a different surface in Bloemfontein, they had the extra day to prepare that New Zealand didn't have yesterday. Big challenge.
Two fielders out in the deep. We are still in the first power play. There's the last over. Because Nepal is finding ways to win now. It's only when they start winning on a regular basis, they'll try and see where the gaps are and then plug them. At the moment, it's all about them looking to challenge and try and win games.
Yeah, the thing I absolutely love about Nepal's attitude to the game, and this really isn't just Jagat Tamata here as the head coach of the 19s, but the senior head coach too, Monty Desai, what they've done in terms of learning over the last 12 to 18 months. Monty Desai, he was appointed about 12 months ago, and they won 11 from 12 to get to a Cricket World Cup qualifier when they were in danger maybe of losing their ODI status. They got to that qualifier, and then they really got exposed by the short ball. Alzari Joseph bowling 150 kilometers an hour against them. Angling down the leg side. But the attitude wasn't one of shying away. It was, let's take that challenge on. We want to face more fast bowling. We want to be exposed more to it again and again. And that's what they're getting at tournaments like this.
You're talking about the challenges for the Nepali batters when they come up against good fast bowlers, and that's an illustration of that. Not really looking to get across and play the conventional pull a hook. But looking to get leg side of the ball and use the offside to their advantage. A lot of chat going on, and the umpires have been telling them repeatedly to try and keep things under control there, especially to the captain.
Another good short ball to finish out the first power play. Tenna being bowled, 35 for 3. End of the first power play, into the second power play now. Bangladesh can utilise 4 fielders outside the circle if they want to. I suspect with the dominance of their fast bowlers thus far, they'll look to continue to attack.
Nice. First bowler is going to finish, yeah?
This is what has happened in the first power play. 1 to 10, 35 for 3 is what Nepal managed. And Bangladesh will feel that the power play has gone their way as expected. They picked up wickets and they've also established their authority there. Fast bowlers being hostile, sticking to bowling short of length stuff, pinning the batters to the back foot.
Really hostile, quick, aggressive bowling throughout from Bangladesh. It's been so well directed too. That was the key to that little package you saw there. There's no point bowling short if you're outside the off stump, or it's too short, it goes over the batter's head, right in towards that nasty area that no batter likes.
And they've also shown a lot of awareness. They started off from outside the off stump, then gradually they started shifting their lanes much straighter. And that's really troubled the Nepali batters. It's the ball shaping back in as it is shot. This one has really created a lot of problems for them. That's well played by Kanal. Playing with soft hands, getting behind the line of the ball. And this will provide not only a lot of confidence to him, but for the others as well.
Dev Kanal showing there he is not going to shirk the challenge. Ariful Islam comes in from Gully and has a word saying, "You think you're a good batsman, do you?" And Dev Kanal says, "Well, I'm going to show you." He's an impressive young leader, this man, I have to say. Can he back it up with the bat now?
Some people get a lot of thrills out of frills. It looks like that's the case out there now on the field.
The other big challenge for Nepal here, you're going to see it in this power play package. The surface in East London was a true one, but it was a slow one. It's definitely quicker here. There was a couple of stylish drives from Arjun Kamal through the offside, then Bipin Rawal snuck off. That was the disappointing one for Nepal. Akash Tripathi getting out to a full toss, and then Arjun Kamal, well, came out of the middle of the bat, but it went straight to the man at deep third. There were the 3 wickets to fall. It's a noticeably different surface to East London, so Nepal having to adjust and learn on the job as they're batting now.
He's shaping much better is Kanal against the short stuff. Looking to drop it using his wrists. Just the 2 boundaries in this inning so far. And that came in the first over, and Kamal got those lovely drives through the offside.
Just to finish that point on Nepal not shirking the challenge, Monty Desai's message to the world, he sat in a press conference at the end of the qualifier when they returned home to Nepal, and he said, "I would ask the world's teams to bowl more short balls at us, because we can only get better when they bowl more to us against the fastest bowlers in the world." That's a great attitude, a great positivity to take the game on. They've learnt, they've got better and better at the senior level. Can the under-19s follow in the senior side's footsteps?
In jest, I won't ask, have the boys forgotten him?
I know for a fact Monty Desai will be watching on from Nepal. I think he might have done a little bit of coaching work with one of our fellow commentators as well. We'll hear from him in a moment. Certainly the impact he's had on Nepali cricket, the journey they've taken over the last year has been a massive one. Slight change in the field. So the fielder's going to come out and he's going to come into a not quite a catching position in the leg side. He's going to come into a square leg, but a deep backward square 2. More short stuff coming. Kamal plays it well. 11 have been bowled. 36 for 3.
Impressive bowling from the Bangladesh seamers thus far. A wicket apiece for all three. And it'll be our first opportunity to see spin yesterday on this same pitch, particularly in the second innings. The ball really started to turn. Abhinal Mukund alongside me, left arm spinner. And it will be the captain, Rahman Rabi. And I think this style of bowling will suit the Nepal batsmen because it's a style of bowling they are used to. They're only going along at just over 3 runs and over. And with the field spreading, long off in place, deep point, deep square leg. There will be plenty of gaps for their singles.
Yeah, good morning, Scotty. As far as I'm concerned, the pace bowling was hostile. This should be a lot easier. You take your time on this particular surface. Get into your work after this. He's a touch fuller, is Mahfuzur Rabi. Slightly quicker through the air, but I think he would have seen yesterday's game and thought, if I go a bit slower, I might be able to get a bit more purchase off the surface.
Another change in field too, with the slip fieldsman coming out into an extra cover. Oh, that's a nice shot. Skipper has an important role to play here too. After the work the 3 fast bowlers did, they were, as you say, hostile. They picked up wickets. They kept it tight as well. Really, it's just been the extras, 12 of them so far, that has let Bangladesh down. And a chance now for Nepal to build with a partnership. Tidy first over, 40 for 3. Bangladesh particularly looking for a spot in the semi-finals. They'll need to win this match well. They've started in excellent fashion. Maruf, the man who's picked up a 5-wicket bag in this tournament already, he just struggled for his line and length and consistency with it.
I just want to bring up something here, Scotty, in terms of the over rates. It's going to be an hour and 10 minutes, almost time for our first drinks break, and Bangladesh have gotten to just their 13th over. We started the game at 10 a.m. and the over rate's been shocking, and a lot of these subcontinent teams are guilty of doing that. And a lot of pressure is put on the spinners to maintain the over rate. I feel it's a collective job as a unit to sort of move quickly between the overs, ensure that the fast bowlers get back to their mark and the ball's there already with them. You start young. So the left-arm spinner gets in his overs at 2 minutes, so they'll still be fine. If you have a spinner who wants to take a bit of time, then there is a lot of pressure on the team.
10 wides, 1 no ball, so almost 2 extra overs. So with that, it would be 14.2, if you like. And that's the discipline they will need to show if they do want to progress. But I agree entirely. You're right, they should pick that pace up, but it shouldn't be a responsibility. It's on the fieldsman as well, in between overs, running to get into your position, waiting.
And I always maintain it's a collective job. As a team, you've got to maintain that pace of play. It helps you as a team as well. If you're a pure batter, you get your fielding done in early, and you're looking forward to batting rather than spending that extra half an hour on the field. It always helped me when had a few number of hours to be there in the middle. Keep your legs fresh for when you're batting.
Still keeping the pressure on. Fast bowler from one end, the left arm spinner from the other, just the leg by in this over. So Nepal have fought hard, but they're not going anywhere at this stage. Another good over. 13 gone, 41 for 3, and we believe the umpires will suggest it's time for a drinks break. Nepal won the toss and decided to bat first against Bangladesh, and it's been a real struggle for that top order. Bangladesh have bowled exceedingly well. Aggressive short fast bowling. Kamal, Rawal and Tripathi all departing for low scores, and the skipper along with Bishal trying to resurrect this innings. So we sit at 41 for 3. Many magic moments of the past with some of the world's superstars coming through this tournament. One of those, Abhinav Mukund, is Cameron Bancroft.
Stylish opening batter from Australia, still in the reckoning. Get a test call-up. It started here in the under-19s. Classy 125 against Nepal. The stars of that tournament back in 2012. 294 for 7, with Bancroft getting 125. Big win for Australia, which also featured Ashton Turner, Gurinder Sandhu.
There's a similar scorecard to the India-New Zealand game yesterday, Abby.
I thought it would be nice to you, Scotty. Yeah, India won 3 games, 200 plus runs.
Back to the quicks. Maruf, who's been having all sorts of issues with running on the surface and finding himself falling foul of the umpires. He was just a little astray. A few wides in there. There's a no ball early. And he's trying to make an adjustment and come around the wicket, which I don't think helps his style of bowling. The angle of the left armour for a right-handed batsman is always a tricky proposition.
It's extremely impressive in the first game of the tournament, Maruf Mrida. I still feel he's a bit bothered about running onto the pitch a bit more, bowling from over the wicket, which is why he switches the angle more often than not in the second spell. But I agree with you, from over the wicket he has a lovely delivery angling across as well.
In the first spell too, he almost exclusively kept the ball on that fuller length, looking to swing the ball, which when it's a strength you don't mind that whatsoever. But there has been a noticeable change in tactics from Bangladesh after about the 5th or 6th over, where they've gone short, looked to intimidate the Nepal batsman. Will Maruf also join that change of tactic? The answer is yes.
I love the follow-through as well. Just peppering them with some short stuff. The umpires have intervened on more than one occasion. This is some high-quality stuff from the Bangladesh pacers. The direction is commendable. You can attempt to bowl short. You've got to get the direction right, and more often than not, they've hit the shoulder, top half, the head.
Well fielded, still keeping the pressure on. Be another wide. I think there's been a noticeable change too. We focused on many different aspects of Maruf's bowling action. Now look how straight he bowls with his run up when he comes around the wicket. And therefore everything is more streamlined. Now there's a big angle. And that is why it's so tough for him to get off the pitch.
And I would think it's just one step to his left. And that's all it would take, a much straighter run-up to get out of the pitch faster. But he does have that angle, and with all that force and momentum going into the pitch and going into the batter, it's very hard for him to get out of that. And he's had troubles with that throughout this tournament. And I think Bangladesh also understand that. They've kept a marker there for him to sort of get out of. That's nicely done. Even though it was short, timed away nicely by the skipper, Dev Kanal. And a boundary to finish the over. The end of 14, it's 46 for 3.
Talking about the strategy that you mentioned about Nepal.
28 for 2.
Batters with a short delivery, but here it is. Tripathi is surprised of a full toss. It looks like there's a lot of chat.
6 for 3 as well.
Off the pitch.
And I would think it's just one stand that. They've kept a marker there for him to sort of get out of. That's nicely done. It's down the leg side, just pad, skating. But even that last boundary of Dev Kanal, just the third boundary, and that came after more than 12 or 13 overs. But with the left arm seamer and the angle, the bouncers or the short balls that are being directed towards the body have been an issue for the Nepal batters. And coming from around the wicket, it's very hard to get that angle across. So he would be preferring bowling over the stumps, the left arm seam of Maruf Mrida.
Well, the game yesterday we saw in the first innings, just think of the strategy of the way New Zealand went about their 50 overs when bowling to India, who batted beautifully. It was exclusively the quicks up front and then nothing but spin right till the last 8 to 10 overs. Ravi, the skipper for Bangladesh, brought himself on for 1 over. Wasn't a lot of turn, so he immediately went back to his fast bowlers. I just wonder whether we'll see something similar. The spin will start coming into the attack.
That's a good call, Scotty, in terms of Mahfuzur just the 1 over, and they were quite comfortable knocking around the singles. He's been baking under the sun for a while, and I think there's always something on offer in terms of the bounce here in South Africa. A few cracks as well. The same pitch that was used yesterday.
Done for pace. Yeah, so I think Bangladesh will try and keep the quicks as long as they can. One, because they look threatening. It was past him before the bat came through. But secondly, the longer this goes, the more wear with the fast bowlers and the spikes that they wear, just ripping it up a little bit. And that may just help the spinners as we start going through this innings. Down the leg side.
Yeah, and especially with the left arm seam of Maruf Mrida bowling from the Loch Logan end. You've got 2 off spinners in the Bangladeshi setup, one Zariful Islam and the Sheikh Pervez Gibbon. So both of them, I would presume, would come on to bowl from the end. Right now Borshon is bowling. Zariful Islam.
And these 2 batsmen showed how far more comfortable they are with the spinners. 46 for 3. First 15 overs in the books of this Nepal versus Bangladesh Super 6 match here in Group 1. Maruf to continue. Up and over. Deliberately hit that way. Third will come round. Come back for 2. Dev Kanal, the skipper for Nepal, looks a tidy and compact batsman. Arguably the most comfortable on that back foot, which is where they're being tested.
But again, the short ball with the width is much easier. It was a bit uncomfortable when it was more towards his rib cage.
It's not timed, but again, there'll be runs. And that's the tough part for the Bangladesh fast bowlers, is to make sure they don't end up bowling 2 lengths. 50 comes up for Nepal. As long as it's not half volley or bouncer, it should still look to hit the top of off stump, catch the batsman on the crease. Not a big stride forward from Dev Kanal, the skipper. So he is sitting there on the back foot, expecting a lot of short deliveries. That's better, nicely played, in control.
Trying to mix it up is Maruf Mrida with his lengths. It's not an easy pitch to drive as well. Faster bowlers, the whole 8 to 9 days that we've been here, we've seen very few shots on the up go downtown. It's a very hard ground to play a straight drive. We've seen a lot of cover drives. Just says the bounce just hitting the top of the bat.
Just looking a little more comfortable, aren't they? They're going to come back for 2. Excellent running. Runs starting to flow as the ball gets a little older. Being in power play 2, Bangladesh had the option of 4 out on the circle, on the boundary. They have a deep point, a deep square, third and fine leg. So all of those fieldsmen are square of the wicket. Nothing down the ground. And that says to me that they, by and large, want to continue with that short ball barrage and attack the Nepal batsmen. But again, it's either short or those last couple, almost half volleys, and a little easy for Dev Kanal to play.
It's not going through as quickly as Borshan or Imon, slightly taller than Maruf Mrida.
Beautiful shot through the covers, another half volley. Work for the fieldsman. Good fielding in the end. I'm not sure it was textbook, but they will come back for 3 to close out the over, 55 for 3. Biggest over of the innings, the last one, and the umpires coming together. Looks like their patience has run out, because it seems 2 or 3 times every over they're going to walk down the middle of the wicket and try and bring the Bangladesh fieldsmen away. They've been aggressive with their verbals. Nepal are fighting hard, as you would expect. Not quite making it.
I don't think I've seen that on a cricket field before. That was good stuff from Gibbon and Rabi. He's going to come back. I think he's had enough of the short ball stuff.
Not a bad decision either, change of ends, just to see sometimes the wear on the pitch can be just a little different at either end. So a change of ends to see if that ball starts to spin.
Having seen him in the previous games, I felt Rabi was a bit quicker and flatter, bowling against India and Ireland. Just looking for that bit of turn, so he's much slower, and sometimes spinners who aren't used to doing that just leave the ball without giving it a rip.
Slightly unusual field on the offside. You often see a short third, backward point. Bangladesh going with 2 cover.
And that particular delivery is his strength. He's pretty much stump to stump, an easy run up, gets through his overs quick.
Might be an opportunity too with the spinner coming into the attack for Dev Canal to use his feet, come down, see if he can get to the pitch of the ball. Well, mid-on now goes back, so
Come on, Jibon.
not sure about that move to go back to a long-on position, maybe trying to protect the over because the first 3 balls were so good. But you'll see a lot of aggressive captains say, no, show me you can hit one over the head first. The change of batsman, he comes back into the circle. Prove to me that you're good enough to hit my spinners over long on, and then I'll consider dropping that field back. Another good over. 56 for 3.
Ship steady to a certain degree. Captain Dev Canal. And Vishal Kesey in his first game has looked pretty solid. Just to make the most of his start now, just 5, but he's been there for a while. You can always catch up here. There's the introduction of off-spin in the form of Sheikh Pervez Jibon. It is the same surface as the game yesterday. We've had 2 previous games. The seamers seem to have much more of an impact than the spinners so far. W.V. Raman.
It also depends on how the batters counter the pace and the lengths that the bowlers bowl. We saw Beauchamp really being aggressive. He's come out with a clear strategy that he's going to really ping it in short and pin the batters to the back foot. Impressive stuff this from Jibon. Very good off spinner, very promising. He's made the ball turn. He's been good right through this tournament. There is some turn on the surface. That is bound to happen because there's a bit of wear and tear. And these two have done really well here to stitch a partnership. It's going well, 29 or 57. But they've been solid. They're looking to try and consolidate the innings. The 3rd wicket fell on 29.
Yeah, you mentioned Beauchamp. I think Bangladesh, one thing they've done well is they've read the surface quite nicely. The game against Ireland, they left Beauchamp out and played Rafi Usman Rafi, additional spinner. And today, Abhinav Mukund was surprised that they left out the left-arm spinner and brought Beauchamp back, but you could see the impact. So team management and whoever's making these calls is reading conditions here at Bloemfontein well.
There's also a known fact that it's the best time to bowl on this surface in the morning. That one didn't turn at all, went straight after pitching. And that's exactly what has deceived both the keeper and the batter.
Yeah, it's the first time that I think we've seen Vishal Kesey play a shot in anger. Perhaps a little bit of frustration creeping in. 5 of 27 now. There's just the one man in the deep on the offside. That's a good start from Jibon. 58 for 3. Yeah, expensive over just a couple of overs back. 9 runs, that's most of the innings. But now spin from both ends. Captain continues.
1-1-1.
Ravi is not a big spinner of the ball, unlike Rafi, Uzzaman Rafi. He just bowls a stump-to-stump line, bowls a flatter trajectory, and does bowl a bit faster through there than Rafi did in the matches that we saw him. And that's one of the reasons why he doesn't make the ball deviate a lot. But he obviously looks to be economical, try and dry up runs.
Oh, chance for a second, at least the keeper would have thought. All right, it's an interesting shot. How do you describe that?
He was looking to play a leg cut, but the problem was that there was absolutely no room for him to play it, either in terms of length or width.
And again, Mahfuzur Rahman Rabi is attacking the stumps here, and yes, the previous ball was no chance for the keeper, but
that one once again going back into the right-hander with the arm. And this is a case of the mind batting rather than the eyes being involved in batting. He's already decided he's going to play a leg cut against a left-arm spinner, but he's not watching the ball enough.
Yeah, Vishal's running out of patience, you feel. He's just trying to do something different. It's not working. 59 for 3. Yeah, 15 overs of pace tells you what Bangladesh make of the surface. In between overs, Dev Kanal, who's looked the standout batter for Nepal. Captain's played well. Bowler's gotten away with that. Kanal was just looking at the umpire to see if that's wide. Umpire ruling in favor of the bowler. There was a chat between the two batters in between overs. Showed his hand a little early.
Kanal has been easy on the eye and he's looked compact. But this off-spinner has been really a revelation. And he's bowled well right through this tournament, as I said earlier. He's mixing it up well, makes the ball turn. Genuine spinner of the ball. He's got 4 boundary riders.
1-1-1-1.
And he's playing it easy. He's worked the ones and twos. He's going at a decent clip. Strike rate of 60 is not bad. Seen how players have built innings here. Uday Saharan takes his time. India captain, Adar Singh as well. This is a good partnership. This has just steadied the ship after 3 early wickets. But batter at the other end, Vishal, seems a little restless. And it was nice for the captain to have a chat with him. Just don't throw it away.
Yeah, this is his first appearance in this tournament, so he's got a point to prove. Of course, he can afford to take his time.
Great bowling, great bowling.
Dot ball to end the over, 60 for 3 Nepal.
Good ball back.
6 overs now without a boundary.
Good ball, good
Innings
ball, good
rated
ball.
exactly 3 and over. Bangladesh spinners will keep it tight. Too many loose balls.
Good.
I've not seen these two batters use their feet at all, try and play down the ground. They're looking to stay back and play behind square on the offside. And that's not worked so far for them because this left-arm spinner is not giving them enough room. Just the 3 boundary riders. The mid-on being pushed back now.
Yeah, lovely, 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 lovely.
And we've seen in most batters who've been successful here, they resort to the sweep a lot. Now, Dev Kanal tried the reverse sweep. We saw an indication of that, pulled away.
Yeah, lovely, great,
If you don't bring out the sweep, if you don't like to use the pace and try and play behind square, Sarfaraz, so it's the second time I've done that. Mushir, so good at that. Brothers, just so identical.
Yeah, you need to have different options to try and challenge the bowler. At the moment, things are going really easy for Ravi because it's just one shot. They're looking to play both these batters. The cut shot.
This just plays into Bangladesh's hand. Period of play that's quiet, nothing happening. At some point, you expect one of the batters to run out of patience. It's important they identify scoring areas.
No run, no run.
Just the wide from the over, 61 for 3.
আমরা অলরেডি 10 মিনিট পিছানো কিন্তু
There's a lot happening today in the tournament. Not in the middle phase here. Nepal just going at 2.5 after losing in the first 10, so you can understand why. But 7 wickets have fallen in Potchefstroom for Zimbabwe against the hosts. Australia and England playing high-stakes poker in Kimberley.
catch it Mano
Cry for catch it. He sensed Vishal wanted to play a shot and he's got 4.
He breaks the shackles with a beautiful off drive. It was a bit uppish, but he found the gap. Not the easiest of shots to play either because he was playing it against the turn, staying inside the line of the ball and creating room for himself. Good effort, but still it was nowhere close to the ball.
Yeah, it's a good shot given it's well wide of the fielder.
The interesting thing about that phase, 11 to 20 overs, was that Nepal got 25, didn't lose any wickets. Generally, when there's no loss of wickets, the scoring rate improves. But that also goes to show how good these spinners have been. They've been really accurate. And they've not provided any kind of opportunities for the batters. Even the boundary that is scored in this over was something that was created by the batter, Vishal.
Did that take the keeper's gloves? I think that's an outside edge. We'll have to wait for the umpire. Yeah, it's given runs. So let's have a look at whether you classify this as a chance for Ashikur Rahman Shibli.
I didn't get up early enough for him to get his hands across quickly.
Yeah, sharp chance. He's back with the gloves, Shibli. Adil bin Siddiq had taken over from him, but he did start as the frontline keeper option. Took a nasty blow to the head against India. An opportunity created in that over. Not taken, 67 for 3.
বাইরে প্রথমে বাইরে
Big shot from the captain and a beautiful shot from Nepal's captain. Dev Kanal helps himself to 4.
Brilliantly executed this. The idea was always to go up and over And the execution of that was fantastic. Getting leg side of the ball and getting underneath it, and full flourish of the bat.
I'm beginning to think now he's trying to put the bowler off by indicating he might pull out the reverse. Safe shot, this good shot.
Really looking to hit the ball hard is Kanal. He's looked good and he's getting runs at a reasonable rate here. It's good to see both these batters looking to try and step on the gas here.
It's what he's doing in between those big shots also that's been so good. Yes, the strike rate is 60, but he's looked comfortable. If you're looking comfortable, you'll pick up the pace on the surface. And of course, Nepal playing their first game here. Bangladesh have already been here through the group stage.
You're right, it won't be a bad ploy to try and play the sweep shot. Just upset the bowler. He's been allowed to bowl far too steadily. A sweep shot will make the bowler think about the lines. End of the over, 72 for 3 Nepal.
Middle, right? Chop, chop. Caution, chop.
One of the modern ways of approaching the white ball game is the dot ball percentage. Don't want it to be too high. 105 dots, 138 legal balls. It's 70%. It's considered to be quite high. Ariful Islam holds some handy off spin. His primary role is, of course, hold the innings at number 4, fresh off the back of 100, which will give him confidence. Also picked up a wicket against the United States. Interesting that he's replacing Parvez Jibon, who you thought started well. Starts over the wicket.
A bit of turn. And Kanal makes good adjustments at the last minute. Picks up a single. 70% of dot balls, and there have been 13 wides and no ball as well in this innings.
It's going to be at least 2 here. It's a big outfield. Any reason why he'd take off Jibon? Bowled 3 very tidy overs. Ariful just started with a couple of loose balls.
There's also a stage where they need to pick up a wicket. It's been a while since they picked up a wicket. They cannot allow this partnership to carry on for too long.
That's going to be in the gap again. Fielder's got some work to do. Maruf Mrida does well. It's interesting. Midway through the over, he's just done a bit of a warm-up, which you normally have bowlers do before they come on. He's just not happy with how he's perhaps getting it through, Ariful. That helps, doesn't it, coach?
Different bowlers have different ways of doing things, and that's one of them. This is what they need to do, try and work the ball around, pick up a lot more singles that they have done in the phase between 11 to 20. And this is a phase where they have to try and be proactive.
It's quite a comfortable over for the batters. 5 off it, 77 for 3. Partnership now approaching 50. First drill attempted the sweep. Again, second time it's happened. Captain is not happy because there have been a couple of those from either end. Different bowlers where he thought he should have had a wide.
Change of ends for the off spinner. Starts off by straying onto the leg stump.
I think that's actually a fair call from the umpire. Batter in his normal position, that's probably hitting his pads. Faisal Afridi. I think he got that one right.
Yes, yes, yes.
Rooted to the crease. He's looking to stay back and use the depth of the crease and work the ball around. But for a tall man, he also has to try the other options, see how it pans out.
Yeah, they're racing through their overs, but Gibbon has basically shifted ends, so that was the reason.
Oh!
The other option being proactive and shimmying down the track.
Just a little bit of frustration that might creep in. He's a calm and composed figure. He's their best batter, Dev Kanal. That's 3 now that he thinks he should have had the wide.
It's always prudent to be a batter when you're out in the middle rather than do a ancillary job of umpiring.
You just have to ignore those. It's the right shot. The shot is on. At some point he'll make contact. He just raced through a maiden over. Gibbon, 77 for 3. Halfway point of the innings. Nepal winning the toss. And the first time a captain decided to bat. Shuffling his spinners around. Mahfuzur Rahman Rabi. Jishan Alam back in the side. This is very interesting. He's taken himself off. He's swapped ends for Gibbon. Now Jishan Alam.
They'll let hurry and they will make it comfortably in the end. My point about Kanal worrying about the wides is because he cannot get distracted now. He's a well-set batter. He's got to try and work out methods to milk the singles and find boundaries. Because it's so easy for a batter to be distracted and lose his concentration if he indulges in worrying about too many things.
For the moment, concentration lapse by the fielder. That brings up the 50 of the partnership. Nepal will take it. It's only the second 50 partnership they've had all innings, all tournament. Ariful Islam, the guilty party.
Good ball, good ball, good ball.
Yeah, it's 4 different spinners in the last 4 overs. So is Rabi trying to buy a wicket here? Maybe get the batters to think, oh, there's some part-time off spinners. Let's try and play a big shot. Didn't see Jishan Alam bowl in his only appearance in the tournament, game against India.
If he can bowl 3-4 useful overs, that'll come in handy for Bangladesh. And that seems to be the idea from Ravi. Try and get your batters to roll their arm over and contribute with the ball as well, and also have a lot of options which can always come in handy.
Yeah, I'm not sure though. I think Bangladesh were at an interesting period of play here, because Vishal Kesri looked like he was getting a bit restless. Runs weren't coming as easily. To move to your part-timers instead of having Rabi continue. Gibbon, 80 for 3. Gibon started well. More. I think another thing we've seen develop here at Bloemfontein, Raman, is how captains have been happy to bowl spin continuously through the middle overs, not balance it out with a change of pace at the other, have one seamer operate. Now today they have the extra seam option. And I think against India too, they were guilty of that when that partnership was flowing. Clever, innovative, and good execution from Dave Kanal. It's a welcome boundary.
The kind of innovations you get to see in white ball cricket is always astounding. The one from Kanal just went over the keeper's head. And he also had to ensure that it went over his head because he was just ramping it straight behind him. Cleverly played. And he's been looking to play the cut shot. He's not found the gaps. He's not found the boundaries. So he's decided to bring out another option, which is the right way to go about things.
Yeah, it's a productive scoring area against spin at this ground, if you can play the shots behind the wicket.
Ronak, let's also not forget that the left-arm seamer has not always completed his quota. He's only bowled 8. Maruf, despite the fact that he's picked up a 5-hour and he's bowled well right through this tournament. He's only been given 8 overs. So somebody has to make up those overs as well.
Cry for catch it, fielder in the deep, drops it. He had to run at least 30 meters, Shihab James. And what's compounded his misery further is it's gone for 4. A chance.
I suspect Vishal was beaten in there, but he still extended his arms and kept the long-on fielder interested. Good effort, but somehow he couldn't latch onto the ball. And that's resulted in a boundary. The ball really ricocheting off his hands and traveling on this fast outfield.
He had to run a fair way to his left, but it was in the air for a long time. Vishal survives, 89 for 3. Partnership of 60 now between Kanal and Vishal. Opportunity created in the last over. And again, the bowler says catch it. And umpire does not give it wide. Does that take some part of the gloves on the way?
Could have been of the thigh pad. And there's definitely some deviation for the spinners of the surface.
There's a conversation, 1 ball into the over. And there's a change in the field now. Man inside the circle at fine leg is going to the boundary, and long off is coming into mid off.
I think that's the right thing because the sweep shot is always on when an off spinner is bowling. And it's a difficult shot to play over the infield on the offside against the turn, and bringing the long off to mid-off is a good ploy because that might create an opportunity for a dismissal.
It also doesn't seem like a bowler who gives it a lot of air. That is another chance. Sheer frustration from Bangladesh. Ashikur Rahman Shibli is not having a good time behind the stumps today. And in 2 consecutive overs, Vishal has got 2 reprieves.
Jishan does well to make the ball go straight after pitching. He detected the batter stepping out too soon, but no support from the keeper on that occasion.
Finally! Finally, and it's the big wicket of Dev Kanal. You can sense why Bangladesh are frustrated. That is a big moment in the game. Nepal's captain is dismissed.
What a way to be dismissed. Kanal, the Nepal skipper, was looking good. He was well set, and the opportunity was there. It was dragged in short, but look at the way he's just made a mess of it. He had all the time to play a powerful cut shot and pick up runs, but he only manages to play it uppishly to the fielder in front of the wicket, and a simple catch taken by Mahfuzur. That's the end of Kanal 35 and Nepal 91 for 4.
In walks Gulshan Jha, ready cap to the senior level. He's in to replace his captain in an over where there's been a lot happening.
Oh, lefty, directly, yes. Just direction away. Thank you. Next time. Thank you.
He's not got a lot with the bat so far, but he's a capable batter. Right and left hand combination as well now. Just gave it away. Dev Kanal had done all the hard work. He looked the better of the 2 batters in the middle. Just a lapse in concentration.
Yeah, what will disappoint the Nepal skipper is that he got out after doing all the hard work, getting a measure of the surface and the bowlers, and the opportunity was there, but he made a hash of it.
Thankfully for Bangladesh, fielder held on. He was the captain who caught his opposite number. Successful over for Jishan Alam. Nepal 91 for 4.
Good 4th wicket partnership for picked up into the leg side. Man is not going to get there. Goes wide to his left. Going to be 4. Vishal Bikram KC continues to try to show some fight at number 5. That's a nice stroke as I welcome Abhinav Mukund to join me in the commentary box.
A sudden change in approach from Vishal Bikram. You can see that he's looking for those big shots. Got a few lives already, but he's still going for it. He's had enough of spending time in the middle.
Yeah, just starting to try and change gears, isn't he? He's had those 3 lives. Very difficult chance. Dropped by the keeper when he was on 11. Easier one at long on 15, and then that missed stumping when he was on 19. But that 4th wicket partnership had built up nicely, hadn't it, for Nepal? They put on 62. Now the big question is, can Gulshan Jha find form with the bats?
Soja.
We all know his quality. Already played 38 times for the senior side, but he just hasn't shown it with the bat in this tournament. He's been shy of runs. Did make a century in a warm-up game against Scotland, an unofficial warm-up. Could today be his day? That's the question for Gulshan Jha.
Yeah, quite a bit of him, the qualifiers, and then the Asia Cup for the senior side. A great time to step up for the under-19s.
He was promoted up the order, actually, in that game against Afghanistan. That didn't work out either. He promoted up to number 3, only made 1. Something he's done for the senior side a few times with great success. Back down to number 6 today. It's a good shot straight down the ground, but there's protection down there. Jha wants the second and then sends him back, maybe rightly so. Got themselves in a tangle there.
It was the striker's call. Vishal Bikram should have turned Gulshan Jha around. Almost committed to the second run. Thankfully, they decided against it. No harm caused. You know, one thing for sure with Gulshan Jha, he's not one to hang around too long. He is going to play those big shots. An attacking field. Now a slip mid-on inside.
Another mix-up. And again, probably the right decision after some uncertainty. End of the 29th, 98 for 4. Seen good contributions from Nepal's lower middle order throughout. Subhash Bandari's had a good tournament. Dipesh Kandel certainly capable with the bat, and I thought Deepak Bahar has shown in phases his value too. Trial by spin here though in these middle overs as that one comes out of some foot marks. Tempted to get one of the seamers back on for a burst here in the middle. Tickled around the corner. Will it have the pace to get to the rope? Yes, it will. The 100's going to come up. Nicely played. Extra pace on the ball from Araful. And the 100 comes up inside 30 overs for Nepal.
Tucked away nicely by Vishal Bikram. Down the leg side. Enough pace on it to carry on.
Correction, Jishan Alam with the ball now, tickled around the corner. Good first outing for Vishal Bikram, Casey. He's had some success. So, as a captain, is that something you'd be tempted to do, get the seamers back for a burst? They were so impressive.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that right now, because both Offies and Gulshan Jha is new to the crease. Another misfield, this time from Sheikh Jibon. Fielding's just dropped off a bit in the last 10 overs. The Bangladesh fielders just need to get the intensity higher. They've just picked up a wicket. Misfield for an easy single.
End of the 30th over, 20 remain, 103 for 4. Overs remain for Nepal. They'll be wanting to probably double up that total. They'd like 200 plus. We are going to see a change in bowling. We're going to see one of those seamers come back on that we were just speculating about. And Bangladesh's captain wants a breakthrough, wants to get rid of Gulshan Jah early.
We're having a bit of chat, the umpires, in terms of just a fielder going off. See a substitute on the field. But the big story is the fact that the fast bowlers come on. A bit more pace for Bishal Bikram to work with. And if you look at it from the Bangladeshi point of view, more short stuff.
Must be growing in confidence out there, doesn't he? Getting into line nicely now. Story of the innings thus far. I'd like to break them into those phases of 10 overs. It's something coaches love to do as well. Maybe that's the first one Nepal will be a bit more pleased with. The run rate starting to move in the right direction at least.
With 20 overs to go, if they get anywhere upwards of 220, 230, we have a game on our hands.
And the big challenge for Bangladesh, it's not just about getting 2 points. They're going to need to try and chase down whatever Nepal make as quickly as they can. They don't just need to beat Nepal and Pakistan, they will need to beat them both by margins that get their net run rate above Pakistan should those two results eventuate. It's an invidious position to be in. India just got the better of them in a tightly fought contest. But that is the equation left. And for poor old Nepal, they actually haven't played a Super 6 game yet. They're out of the semi-final equation. But they've so much to play for, don't they? Stuff of dreams getting to take on Bangladesh and India. Live TV pictures all around the world too.
Again, one of those Bangladeshi bowlers guilty of running onto the surface. A bit more effort onto this one, going down leg, another wide. Fascinating statistic that's come out is the fact that Nepal have bowled the most wides in this competition. They're at 68, haven't bowled yet. Bangladesh are at 65.
He was actually talking to the Nepal backroom staff about that. And they had a few issues with the wind down in East London, something you don't get a lot in the Kathmandu Valley. You're up at elevation, you're up at sort of 1,500 meters, but you're protected by the Himalayas all around, so you don't get strong winds. So the catches in the deep in the first game were a big issue for Nepal. They put down 5 or 6 catches, but also the accuracy with the bowling with that heavy wind, not where they wanted it. They weren't making an excuse, they were just giving that bit of background. And also, one other thing you have to remember coming into this tournament, with the exception of Gulshan Jah and Dev Kanal, who played for the senior side, none of these Nepali players had really played in a stadium before. So even getting used to the backdrops, the stands, all the kids that have come in and created those atmospheres, it's all part of the process, this development journey for all these young cricketers.
This is one with a lot of experience, Gulshan Jah. Still set anything on fire in terms of his batting in this tournament.
Yeah, I think he'll enjoy his bowling. He's been exceptional. The numbers won't have shown it with the wickets, but he has beaten the bat again and again and again. The surprise for me has been the lack of runs for Jah, given, just like Dev Kanal, he's got that extra stature of having played senior cricket. Shows how good the level is, though, here at the Under-19 Cricket World Cup.
Five balls now, still on 0.
put down. And the keeper has given up another chance. Ja has a life, and he gets off the mark alongside at end of the 31st, 106 for 4. And a deep sigh of relief for Gulshan Ja. He's just been dropped. Not the easiest chance for Shibli going across to his right. Made good ground though. To me, like he got two hands to it at first. Can Ja make use of that life the way in which Bishop Bikram KC has been? Another edge. Oh, it's all happening out there right now.
The running between these two is a bit shocking, but a life for Gulshan Ja. Went with both hands, did Shibli. Is that another chance? Back to back.
I think it was. I think Ja's had a second life. Of all the batters you want to drop in this side, even though he's not in form, he has that power. We've seen that at the senior level. It's lots of sixes at that TU International Cricket Ground, in particular back in Kathmandu. Looks a bit shaken right now, Gulshan Ja, but he's still out there.
Well, Bangladesh aren't doing themselves any favors here. We spoke about the net run rate and what a big margin they had to win by. Still only 4 wickets down. Just a single again. There's enough in the surface to assist the spinners, but almost 5 chances have gone down.
Yeah, missed stumping and 4 drops. Here's that aggression from Ja. No contact made though. Has been a trademark of Nepal's group stages though. They batted their 50 overs against New Zealand, going down by 64 runs. They batted their 50 against Pakistan, making 197. And they took it all the way to the 45th over to chase down the 145 against Afghanistan. Jagat Tamata wants them to take each innings as deep as they can, continuing to try and do that. 32 bowled, 108 for 4. Used 7 of them. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Hostility. No shortage of pace and accuracy too. Nepal have looked a little uncomfortable, haven't they, with those balls back of a length coming in towards the chest area.
Yeah, most of them quite happy playing it on the front foot, moving above shoulder high. Sort of fended it off more than anything else, not getting into the right positions. Quite a simple field, deep square leg, deep fine leg, mid-off, mid-on inside the circle.
Half a stop, but not enough to prevent the single. Yeah, you can tell the length, can't you, because of mid-off and mid-on being up in the circle. I think the biggest difference from what I've seen travelling alongside the Nepal side up from East London to here, just the pace in this wicket. In East London, it wasn't coming through at all. It was slow and steady. Here, there's good pace, there's good bounce, there's good carry.
Yeah, and you've got 3 bowlers who can generate that bit of pace. The same pitch used as yesterday's game, India versus New Zealand. Raj Limbani swung the ball more than the speed.
The lengths have just been so good, haven't they? So aggressive.
And they've been late on it. That's the thing about adapting to a venue. Bangladesh have played their group stage games here. They're much more comfortable with this. And I think it's a tactical change as well, dropping the other left-arm spinner for that extra pacer against Nepal. And right now, the tactics are working. If only their fielders did support them.
It looks to me like Bangladesh have done a lot of prep work on Nepal's strengths and their weaknesses, and they've known not to get too full. You do have a platform here, though, Nepal. They're going to want to get that run rate moving. 3.37 at the moment, not enough. Have to think of, what, 210, 220? To do that, they're going to need something of a healthy contribution from Gulshan Jah, you'd suspect. Vishal Bikram's trying to go through the gears, but hasn't found a way to score with real fluency. 4 fours for him thus far. Strike rate in the 40s, though. Don't look like they have an answer as to how to score against that length right now, Nepal.
Yeah, the best way to do that is to possibly get inside the line of the ball. Vishal Bikram is trying to get offside of the ball. Look, he's giving himself some room and there's no getting out of that. The good thing that he's done, though, is get his hands low. You're never scoring off that when you're getting into an awkward position.
With a good over, only 2 from it. Will take us to the second drinks break with Nepal 110 for 4. Bangladesh flying high at the moment, certainly on top of this contest. And time to take a look at some iconic images of one of their all-time greats. He's 36 years young now, but look at him here as a youngster. He's played under the guidance of the likes of Dav Watmore, the former Bangladesh head coach, and done a lot of work with the youth sides too. Part of the world. What a player. Over 400 appearances for his country across formats, and a pretty good record all the way back in 2006 as well. That was hosted in Sri Lanka. 188 runs to his name. And still going strong as well, isn't he, at the age of 36? Mushfiqur Rahim. So the game, well, still hangs in the balance, but Nepal are going to need a really strong finish their last 17. The minimum they're going to need, surely it has to be 200 from here.
Yeah, it could have been worse for Nepal because Shibli spilled a few opportunities. The third, possibly the toughest of them lot. Rashiko Rahman, Shibli back with the gloves. The previous game, Adil bin Siddiq was the wicket keeper, even though he played his quality opening bat. And he speaks so much about net run rate, the urgency and the intensity on the field has tapered off a bit for Bangladesh. I'm sure they would have had a word about that during the drinks break. It's going to be a tall ask to get to 200, Andrew.
I think if Jazz still there in the final 5 overs, they'll be up threatening that in excess of that. He does score quickly. I know he's only 2 off 12 at the moment, but he's in no form at all with the bat in this tournament. Angling down the leg side, no real turn and offer, just skidded on, so going to miss the leg stump. Just 2-18-1 with the bat so far for Jah. He's better than that. Nepal fans know it. Where are they going to target? They don't look to be at home comfortably scoring runs against the pacers. Can they take on the spinner? Maybe Bishal Bikram with the off spinner turning into him.
And again, the shorter boundary on the leg side with 2 fielders inside. This is the short fine, short square leg. That's the 62-meter boundary. A sweep is not a bad option. I haven't seen that.
Got horribly caught in the crease against Pakistan. None of their batters used their feet at all. We saw Dev Canal try to change that a little bit today. But that big gap, isn't it, between deep square and long on? Surely that's where you'd like to see them hit. Dance down the track.
Huge spaces on the leg side. Just 2 fielders in the deep for an off spinner. You've got to take a chance.
That's exactly where he goes. He's identified that vacant space and executed it beautifully. Does get a boundary.
Absolutely risk-free shot. With the spin, Bishal Bikram could have come earlier, but it's come nevertheless. Hitting that vacant area down towards cow corner.
Down the leg side, maybe just a flick of the pad, was it? Let's wait for the signal. Given as leg buys, we'll close out the 34th. It's 116 for 4. Yet to have a double-digit over Nepal. They need to start to move through those gears. Clearly sent out again with the game plan by Jagat Samat of taking the innings deep. Bishal has shown flashes. The youngster brought into the team today for his first appearance. Oh, an inside edge, so nearly. Cannons into the leg stump, but it races up towards the rope and kisses into it. Another boundary to Bishal Bikram KC.
He's got 9 lives, that's Bishal Bikram. He's helped himself to another boundary. One of those days you make most use of it. A big hoik across the leg side. Could have almost kissed the leg stump, but he gets another boundary. So runs coming after the drinks break.
What a great story Bishop Bikram KC is. He's another one in this squad from the Lumbini province, but he's actually from Bardia, which is a district that's never really produced a player to go on to international honours before. So I can only imagine back in Bardia watching the live pictures how proud they will be. The ball a few off breaks as well, maybe in the second innings. Natural leader, was captain of the under-16s. And there, alongside Gulshan Jah, who's just such a natural leader himself. Maybe this fifth wicket partnership, can they make use of those lives? They've had plenty of them. Bowls him straight through. Jazz struggles with the back continue, and the middle stump is knocked back.
An extremely poor choice of shot from Gulshan Jah. You could tell something was going to give. And it was just a blind hoik across the line off the off spinner. Sheikh Parvez Jigon didn't miss the stumps. Trying to hit it out of Bloemfontein, has his stumps disturbed. Gulshan Jah goes for 3. Nepal lose their 5th for 1-1.
Deepak Bahara in at number 7. Certainly going to be a challenge for Nepal. Still 15 plus overs to bat, and the problems for Jah continue. Cleaned up and has brought this man to the crease. 27 he made against Afghanistan. And East London had a good time too. Targeting the shorter boundary here, but unable to implement the shot. Gulshan Jah.
Yeah, quite a poor choice of shot.
You see the lack of form, can't you, for Jah? There's a big aggressive throw comes in. It won't get any overthrows. Will just be the single to close out. The 35th. It's 1-2-2 for 5.
Five down Nepal as we approach period of play where in Bloemfontein, if you have wickets in hand, that's how you build a first innings score. But Nepal have lost too many, including the 5th in the previous over. Could have lost more if Bangladesh had a little more discipline in the field. Multiple chances, drop catches, missed stumping as the captain returns. They should actually be happy, Bangladesh, with 122 for 5, because the amount of opportunities that have gone down W.V. Raman, it's the kind of thing that can flatten you as a team that's looking to win, not just looking to win big.
Yeah, that's the key factor here. Looking to win big and trying to see if they can up their net run rate. That one going with the arm, definitely missing the leg stump. And the problem has been that the Bangladeshi fielders have not been sharp enough. They've let go of a lot of opportunities. And that's allowed a couple of partnerships in these innings. The first one around 62, next one 30 runs. But what it is doing to them is that it's getting them frustrated, because these guys are, the Nepali batters, are looking to dig themselves in there and prolong the innings.
You could even see that in some of the throwing. It's been wayward. First ball of, second ball of this over, last ball of the previous one. You just need to focus, just reset. Those are the partnerships that Raman speaks of. 62. Dev Khanal, key wicket for Nepal. And, Bishal, who's now into his 40s, has been given 3 lifelines.
The other way of looking at it is that for an ambitious side like Bangladesh, which is a former champion side, they need to try and keep improving with every game. And if they keep dropping chances, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Dot ball to end the over, is it? Oh no, they're going to concede a single. This is how they've been a bit on and off, Bangladesh, this morning. End of the 36th over, 125 for 5, Nepal. That should have been stopped. That results in a single, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's very candid in his assessment of the team, even after his wins. Therefore, Sulaiman Rabi says, I want my team to get better. Captain's been vocal about improving on those areas, extras, misfields, drop catches.
Batting and bowling, obviously form will be something that will affect consistency, but as far as fielding is concerned, it's just a question of being focused, a question of being tuned in and concentrating. And at this level, you'll expect them to be focusing and concentrating all through the innings without any problem.
Of course, these are young men. They're going to get better and better. Early parts of their careers, but you can see India have set a high standard in the field. Australia as well in Kimberley.
We saw New Zealand do a good job yesterday as well.
Yeah, and this team too. Chaudhry Rizwan's got such good hands. He's been sharp in the slips. He's one of their better fielders. Captain's not bad, Rabi. Just went off keeper's gloves or pads onto the stumps.
Sibley has been kept busy by the spinners and the batters as well, because Jivan is making the ball turn quite a bit, and that's creating problems for the wicketkeeper.
What a ball! A beauty from Jivan. That is the kind of wicket that an off-spinner loves. And it accounts for Deepak Bora.
If you have been wondering why I've always been gung-ho about this off-spinner, it's because of the quality of bowling from him all through this tournament, and that's an illustration of exactly that. Beautifully tossed up and right length, and superb dismissal this. And this is what generally off-spinners dream about. It picks up another wicket as Jiban picks up the wicket of Bora for 3. Nepal 125 for 6.
Deepesh Kandel, next man in. And Nepal need a bit of a partnership here to ensure they're not in fear of being bowled out. He's going to have a job to do with the ball to try and defend this. Nothing much to write home about with bat, but the lower order have shown fight and resilience. It's what took them over the line against Afghanistan. Another left-hander. slip in place for Gibbon. It's a beauty. Well, he's been so unlucky, Gibbon. That's a successful over. He deserves that wicket. 1-2-5 for 6. Gibbon has done it himself. He's taken the fielders out of the equation. Dismissing Jha and then Deepak Bora. It's a good shot. Fielder has work to do. And he's done well. Moment of brilliance in the field, and it's otherwise been an ordinary period of play. So well done to Rohan Abdullah Borshon.
He was standing way inside the boundary rope, and that's exactly why he had to go chasing the ball. Otherwise, he would have comfortably come around and stopped it, but that was a good effort because the ball was running away from him.
Slowed it up. Clever bowler, Rabi. Well, Gibbon at the other end. In short, Bangladesh don't have to pay too much for their mistakes in the field. He races through his overs. It's better just making him wait a little. Oh, that's a peach.
This is how the last dismissal happened. Superb delivery from the off-spinner Gibbon, going through the bat and pad. Batter beaten all ends up.
Acrobatic attempt by the bowler.
Fairly evident that when a spinner bowls slightly slow through there, there is some turn on offer from the surface. The last delivery is bowled quicker through the air, and it went straight with the arm.
I actually think he did a full cartwheel there, Rabi. Left-hander, so the field will just have some adjusting.
This is his effort. He's changed his angle to the left-handed batter, bowls the dot ball, ends the over, 128 for 6.
Well, over at Potchefstroom, the hosts are gathering some momentum in their campaign, riding the wave of that win against Scotland that resulted in them keeping top. They've now dismissed Zimbabwe for 102. Kawena Mapaka with his second 5-wicket haul for the tournament. Such a significant result, that game against Scotland. In short, South Africa topped their group, stayed in Potchefstroom, have games against Zimbabwe and later Sri Lanka. And if they pick up a big win today, Australia in action against England at Kimberley, could very well have at least a keen idea of what our semi-final lineup might look like. Still a lot of cricket to be played.
Chasing in excess of 280 with 23 overs to spare is the kind of story that makes up a Youth World Cup.
And it's something that we might see today from Bangladesh. They need to, I know the captain said he's not thinking about the net run rate to Scott Styris at the toss, but whatever Nepal get here, Bangladesh should come hard. You're allowed one additional player at this stage, second power play, just another over to go in it. But attacking the new batter with a slip.
After that stupendous batting performance, South Africa followed up with a good bowling performance here. But batting has always been a bit of a problem for Zimbabwe in this campaign. Except for that game against Namibia where they chased down comfortably.
Yeah, it's only halfway done. We've seen some thrilling low-scoring games. Nepal were part of that down in East London. He's been so good, Gibbon. Just a single conceded in that over. 129 for 6. That's 3 now in his last 7 or 8 balls, Mahfuzur Rahman Rabi, where it's just turned beautifully past the outside edge.
It's beaten the well-set batter too. If he had done it deliberately, it's good stuff. Providing a single to the well-set batter, getting the new batter on strike. It's got the long off into the mid-off position. Prefers to come from over the wicket to the left-handed batter. And he's got just 2 fielders on the boundary on the onside and 1 on the offside.
Off the mark. Finally, Kandel, be pleased with that.
Looking for a single as Bishal won't get it. Nepal will remain on 131 for 6.
Into the final 10 then. Confirmation of that by umpire Faisal Khan Afridi. So Bangladesh captain has the luxury of 5 men out. Still a lot of close catchers for that reason. Yeah, they're into the lower orders, so it's good captaincy to have fielders close in. Not where he intended, but he'll take the runs just the same. Kandel was, in fact, Bishal was racing back for the 3rd. He wants to try and take as much strike, the set batter.
Lovely ball.
He's got to pick the right line to play the shot, because we've seen Jar get out bowl trying to play a good old-fashioned hike.
Has he taken one? He has! Relief for Ashikur Rahman Shibli. He would be the happiest man on the field right now. He's missed multiple chances, but he's made up for it and given Gibbon his 3rd as Nepal lose their 7th.
He's been really crafty as Gibbon. Look at the turn and bounce. Bowling the right length has been the key to his success, and that's the reason he's flummoxed the batters from different countries. And he picks up his 3rd wicket today, dismissing Kandel for 3, Nepal 133 for 7.
Subhash Bhandari, the off spinner, has played some important roles with the bat in this tournament already. Unbeaten 33 against New Zealand. Saw Nepal bat out their 50 overs. Handy 20 against Pakistan, and more importantly was there at the end against Afghanistan in that thrilling one-wicket win. There's a lot of time still left here.
And he needs to play a hand here if they're to get to a very competitive score. Dismissal of the left-hander. Once again, Kandel dismissed, hanging his bat loose around the off stump. No conviction at all in that forward push.
It's little things about just developing game sense. Shibli's still a bit of a hit and miss.
I think he's perhaps thinking too much of the things that he's dropped, and that's the reason he's not able to focus and collect the ones that are coming straight to him. It's so important for these youngsters to forget what has happened and focus on the next ball.
Another successful over for Sheikh Parvez Jibon. 133 for 7 Nepal. Just racing through their overs. Mefuzur Rahman Rabi likes to bowl in the final 10. He's done that every game.
He is into his 9th over. Jibon has completed his spell. He's picked up a 3 for 34. His career best in the under-19 level. The off spinner.
Catch it!
Looking to work it away on the onside, pick up a single. Goes to the leading edge.
There's another one that Shibli's taken. Vishal just retreated, decided to shift direction. First came running down, then decided to run back.
Good presence of mind from Vishal. Half-hearted effort of stepping down the track. He gets back in time, I think.
For what it's worth, the square leg umpire has just sent this to his colleague. Oh, there's more to this. Collection of the ball. Shibli might well be guilty of another offense today. Umpire Palekar is going to look at this closely. Right, that was simply for the batter making his ground. Okay, umpire deems all okay. Oh, chance, slight mix-up. Keeper's not happy with the throw. I think he was home anyway. Keeper's just not been happy today.
The bowlers have not been happy with him either. And Bhandari reaches just in time.
Yeah, direct hit might have accounted for a wicket. Mid-on now inside the circle. Just a single from the over. 134 for 7. It's been hard work for Nepal There's one partnership that gave them some hope. They could build a platform, but those wickets from Sheikh Pervez Jibon, who's running through the middle order. It's been terrific. Pace back into the attack in the form of Borshon.
Borshon bowled a hostile spell in the morning with a new ball. And he looked really impressive.
Hey, big man.
Hardly any partnerships, the best one being the one between Karnal and Bishal, 62 or 121. They had to take their time because Nepal had lost 2-3 wickets and they needed to consolidate the innings.
He's at the non-striker's end now, Vishal, but he's looking to keep strike as much as possible. That's been a hallmark right through in Bloemfontein. School kids have come in good numbers. The head coach just looking on. Sure, we'll have a word with his batters of how quickly they want to chase this down. Slightly wider from the crease, Borshon. Another direct hit, at least another direct hit could have happened had the batter. In the end, it's overthrows, so Bhandari's off the mark.
The Bangladesh have been a bit patchy this morning on the field. A direct hit would have been interesting.
Yeah, the backing up though. The man at deep square leg is not right at the boundary, so he needs to anticipate that. It's a result Bangladesh wouldn't mind with Bhandari on strike. He's been good against Ireland as well. He finished the innings really well, the Irish. After the Bangladeshis against the Irish, Kepke and Hilton set better quiet. So it won't be easy to get runs here.
Borshon is into 6th over. He's just considered 9 runs so far. He's bowling a fuller length here in his return with the old ball.
It's well played, gets the set batter back on strike. It's been hard work, but the important thing for Nepal is that Vishal is still out there. Gone. No half-century for Vishal. He rode his luck. There were opportunities before, but the return of Borshon sees him dismissed, too short of a half-century.
He was looking to nudge it on the offside, but only manages to chop it back onto his stumps. And that's the reward a bowler gets if he bowls a straighter line, which Borshon has done in his spell here. And he picks up his 2nd wicket. He's been very impressive all through this morning. End of Vishal for 48 and Nepal 138 for 8.
Well, Borshon cleaning up Vishal and destroying a bail in the process. Really good. Top of off. Set batter. It's a lesson or two for Akash Chand, who's been so good with the ball for Nepal. And so he's got to bowl again if they are to defend what is looking like below par score, well below par score. Wicket falling of the last ball of the previous over. Captain to continue. Right, Borshon back into the attack. He's been good today. Slide inside edge.
Robbie has bowled a better speed this game. In the earlier games, we saw him bowl much quicker through the air. And that not only went back onto the stump, but also damaged the bail. And going back to Robbie, is bowled the right speed, which has enabled him to generate some turn of the surface.
Yeah, he got rewards in the last game against the US. Captain, 4-wicket haul for him. But even when he's not been among the wickets, he's been very economical. He's a match referee's delight as well. Just runs through his overs, keeps the over rate healthy. It's another really good spell by Mahfuzur Rahman Rabi, the Bangladesh captain. None for 22 of his 10. 139 for 8 Nepal with 6 to go.
Well, big problems for Nepal even to bat out these 50 overs now. They've lost their leading scorer at the innings, Vishal Bikram KC, for a valiant 48. But Bandari has shown real fight throughout this tournament with the bats, all the way down at number 9. Thought he might be good for a promotion. Eight scores of 33, 20 and 9. It was him there at the end who hit those winning runs that echoed around the Himalayas as Nepal took down yet another full nation scalp in this tournament. They've got a great record in it historically, going back, beating the likes of South Africa and Pakistan. They have beaten Bangladesh in their history as well, but look up against it now. Squirted away off under edge. Bandari wants to get back on strike, and he will, because the throw is wide. Ooh, nearly could have got overthrows too. As I say, hello and good afternoon to Scott Stars.
Hello, Lenny. Important 5.4 overs this for Nepal. Somehow have to manage to get through to the 50th. Even if they don't take too many risks, get to that 170, the way the ball's starting to turn, to give themselves a chance. At the moment, I think they'll feel like they're below par. No question about that.
The pace bowling and the spin bowling from Bangladesh has been first class, hasn't it? Just the fielding that's let them down and has kept Nepal in the contest.
I thought the first 4 to 5 overs, they were a little loose, but from that, let's say, 5th over onwards, they have tightened up their line and lengths. They got a lot more aggressive with the quick bowlers, and then their spinners came in and have just put the clamp on. None for 22, 3 for 34 for the left armers and the off spinner. They've done an exceptional job in just keeping the pressure on Nepal and not allowing them to get away.
Full straight and gone. Trapped on the crease, Chand. His feet went nowhere. When he's gone for a first bowler, Borson has more reward.
Incredibly impressive, Borson. Love seeing the pace and bounce from this young man. No foot movement whatsoever, stuck on the crease. And a very simple decision for Faisal Afridi. Chand out for naught, 142 for 9.
Durgesh Gupta, a 19-year-old, another one in this squad from the Lumbini province. Huge number of this team. Down towards Bairoa. Great atmosphere again here in Bloemfontein. Great to see the colour around the ground. The kids have come in good numbers. Enjoy the activities off the field and being inspired by the future stars they're watching too. Some chance of Bangladesh. I think they're being led by the Bangladesh fans there. They're converting those home fans. Durgesh Gupta, left-handed seamer, but he'll bat right-handed. 19 years of age now. Real trouble now being bowled out. Good reward, though, you would have to say, for Borson.
Certainly is. Not able to commit to the front foot. Just trying to play the line. And early in your innings, you're always susceptible to the full and straight delivery. We're looking to wrap this up quickly, Bangladesh. Never really a partnership of substance, just the one of 62 for the 4th wicket.
Yeah, Gupta actually only in this squad because of that very late injury to Hemant Dam. You get to the end of the 45th, they'll come back to that. 142 for 9.
Azad.
5 overs left. Nepal have managed to bat all of their overs. And each of the 3 contests so far are certainly be unbroken with that 1-wicket win in the 3rd and final group game in Group D. Going to be a challenge today, isn't it? Bangladesh's bowlers on fire.
They certainly are. And I think one thing that illustrates that point is the number of dot balls that Nepal have faced. We're coming up to 33 overs of dot balls in this innings. And I thought yesterday we got a prime example with India able to rotate the strike well through the middle against the spinners, even with the ball turning. And then New Zealand, who could not manage that whatsoever. Nepal the same today, 194 dot balls, just the 11 fours, and still awaiting our first 6. I think that just shows you how well Bangladesh have been disciplined with their line and length, and they've waited for the mistake.
Yeah, spot on. Far too many dots. Never going to be easy coming up against the Asian champions in Bangladesh. They haven't actually played them for 8 years, since all the way back in 2016. It was a quarter-final. Bangladesh won that game by 6 wickets. Definitely a significantly different surface. East London was quite slow, quite turgid, but very consistent. Here, it's the pace and bounce and carry they've been found out by the seamers. And then the spinners have really started to extract some turn.
Totally agree. And mentioned it a little earlier. I think Bangladesh have learned from New Zealand's tactics. There's that 62-run partnership for the 4th wicket. The skipper, Dev Kanal, I thought looked really good. Solid in defence. Still, again, could rotate the strike a little more. But for a player who showed some quality, his dismissal was a little soft.
Well, no fast bowlers union here. The short ball to Durgesh Gupta.
Once again, the umpire having to just make sure it doesn't get out of hand. They bowled a good length with their short ball as well. And that's the right tactic for tail-enders. To make a massive generalisation, not quite as brave as the top order. But New Zealand yesterday bowled their seamers up front and then exclusively spinners through till the end. Then the quicks came back. What I've enjoyed from Ravi, the captain from Bangladesh, he hasn't been afraid to bring the quicks back through the middle.
He's really mixed things up nicely, isn't he? He's varied it. You've got an attack as varied as he has. Maybe the only surprise is Maruf, that the left-arm seamer's only bowled 5, but it's almost a perfectly balanced attack and all those options to work with for the Tigers in Bangladesh.
That's pretty typical, isn't it, Bangladesh? And all subcontinental sides tend to have some part-timers that can do a job on the right surface. And that's been the case again today. The quicks, none of them will get through their 10 overs. Potentially. .145 for 9.
The third power play really hasn't seen that run rate increase as Nepal have needed it to. The wicket proving a little difficult at points. The pitch, certainly 200 could have made things interesting. They're a long way away from that. They're scrapping to get up to 160 if they can. Remember, a wicket will end it. And of course, too, Bangladesh have been very, very ruthless in the way in which they've gone about their bowling. Just the fielding's let them down a touch. Bandari, the last man who can maybe add some runs. It's always going to be a challenge for an associate nation, isn't it, playing against the full members? Don't have the same scale of resources, and if you look at someone like Bangladesh, the amount of youth cricket they play, some of the men in this Bangladesh under-19 World Cup squad have got 15, 20, 25 plus youth ODIs to their name. For Nepal, outside of that Asia Cup last month in Dubai, this one nearly cleans them up. They wouldn't have anything like that number. And with that lack of exposure, lack of experience compared to Bangladesh, that's why they're the big favourites today, and showing why.
All of that is true, of course, but I also believe it's more the standard you play on a regular basis. So the quality of your domestic from week to week. And I thought that's why Bangladesh got their tactics right. Nepal won't face this level of pace and bounce on a regular, consistent basis. Having come from Kimberley, where I watched Zimbabwe and Namibia have to face 140 to 145 kilometre an hour Australian fast bowlers, they said this is the first time we've ever had to face this pace and bounce. And that is the challenge, is you need to be tested on a regular, consistent basis for you to improve your skills.
Yeah, fully agree. I always think back to that 2015 World Cup. Ireland, UAE, Afghanistan, Scotland were there as the 4 associates. The 14-team 50-over World Cup, and Ireland were blitzed away in a game. They were an associate nation then by South Africa. It was in Canberra. I think they were beaten by over 200 runs. And one of the journalists after the game said, Ted Joyce, one of Ireland's best ever players, a guy you know well. And that's nicely chipped down the ground. Won't have the power to get all the way to the rope, but we'll pick up a couple. And the journalist said, does this defeat not show why you shouldn't be playing at this level? And Ed Joyce turned it around. He said it shows exactly why we need to play more at this level. The only way you can get used to facing Dale Steyn and Morné Morkel et al. Is by facing them more regularly. Wants the single because he wants to strike. He will get there. Bandari continues to scrap away. Good contributions from him. 47 bowled, 148 for 9. 18 deliveries left for Nepal, and Bandari in particular, who continues to show his worth with the bats. I really think he's got to get up the order. Like a real strong case. He could be up at number 7, ahead of Dipesh Kandal, certainly at least, and maybe even Deepak Bahara. See him with his off breaks later too. He should get good assistance from the surface, which looks to be starting to turn.
That's good running, isn't it? Now, one thing I've noticed watching them today, there doesn't look a huge difference between, say, 7 in the order and 11. Numbers 10 and 11. I know Chung got a first baller, but he's shown in previous games that he's more than capable with the bat. And that's not a bad skill to have if you bat deep. And you're right, the more they play, then you start building the resource and the depth that you have, the better they will get. At the moment, they'll be a little disappointed with this showing.
And the tail is wagged throughout. They were in trouble against New Zealand at 133 for 7. But the last 3 wickets added over 100. And even though they weren't necessarily going to win that contest, they showed their worth, they showed their fight. Same against Pakistan again. The lower middle order got them all the way up to 197. Problem has been the 2 things you've identified. 1, the number of dot balls, and 2, the lack of boundaries. Hasn't been much power in the lineup. Only 11 fours in the 48 overs thus far. Now that, I think, may well have hit him. It's going to end up as probably 4 leg buys. It's evasive action, so he will get it. I just wonder, will we have maybe a check as well, a concussion check, but he says he's okay. The 150 comes up.
Another example of getting the length right. It's one thing saying bowl a lot of bounces and try and intimidate the opposition, but you're looking for under the armpit. And in this case, right on the money. Helmet did its job. And a quick concussion test, also making sure the equipment is okay as well. In theory, a helmet's only designed to last 1 blow like that. He seems okay, though, and they're more than happy to get the game moving again.
It was at least a glancing blow. That's why there's a smile on Durgesh Gupta's face. Do think the fight that Nepal have shown has been really inspirational. There's 4 associate sides here. 3 of them are now down, taking part in the 13th to 16th place playoff. That's in Benoni. And we'll see the semi-finals and finals. Final of the tournament happen. And Nepal are flying the flag for the associates very much here in the Super Sixes. Be desperate to bat the overs again. 15 more balls to get through.
And for Bangladesh, they'll be desperate to grab this last wicket. It's a run rate battle, net run rate battle for them. They have to win this game well, and they have to beat Pakistan. They'll know they can do it, being the current Asia Cup champions. And I'm sure, and no, it wasn't Jaffa. Stuart Law had told them, do not worry about that number in the last column. It's about winning your games. When they get to a situation, if they get a good platform, then they can look to raise the aggression. But win the game first.
He had a long chat with Stuart Law before the start of play, and that's one of the things he was desperate to get across to his players, that it's all about getting the win first. The last thing they want to do is go out and target well, if they batted first, 100 or 150 run victory. And I think the message will be the same from Stuart Law going out for the second innings. It won't be about chasing it down in 20, 25 overs. It'll be about getting into a position where they know they're going to win the game, and then trying to apply those finishing flourishes. Not just get the win, but get a big run rate boost too. 2 overs remain, 155 for 9. 12 deliveries left for Nepal to work with. Can they get to 165, 170? It's going to be the return of left arm seamer Maruf, who has a wide array of options to utilise at the death balls at off-cutter very well. You can see why there's comparisons to Mustafizer, no doubt. As mid-on will come up into the circle. Will be given as a wide.
I think Maruf has been the one bowler who's been a little off. Up there with Ariful, really, but he only bowled one over in terms of his economy rates. He's bowled a lot of extras for a player of his quality. Chance to find some rhythm, even if it's late in the innings.
Well, this is why Nepal are here. These pictures have gone all around the world. It's not just at home in Nepal, but the diaspora from Australia to Europe to America. Messages from fans staying up till 4 o'clock in the morning watching this, Scott. Nepal, they climbed their Everest to get to those Super Sixes. And look at the joy. Dev Canal in particular didn't even take his pads off. I think he was the 6th man dismissed, and he could barely watch. As could I. It was through the end of fingertips. Dramatic scenes down in East London. It was by the very barest of margins, wasn't it? Just 1 wicket. Nepal got home by a special day. They can certainly add that day to March 16th last year. And the senior team got across the line against UAE in such dramatic circumstances that TU was talking to you about that last year. It was not in India, Scotty. And the under-9 team have had their day in the sun. And who knows, they could bowl really well here. Maybe just push Bangladesh as well, and then they'll enjoy that contest against the immaculate Indian side in 2 days' time. So you, Scott, in a clip on the ICC digital channel, say you've really enjoyed watching that rise of Nepal.
I think it's great that the cricket world's expanding. And I particularly like the fact that it starts in Asia, and maybe the countries as they go, Afghanistan's rise, Nepal, and then maybe the countries next to them keep growing in that Asian region, and it's not a bad way to go about it. And so the rise of those other countries has been terrific, no question.
I think you're spot on. You look at the growth of the game in the Gulf region as well. UAE were Asia Cup finalists. And took a phenomenal win over Pakistan in the semi-finals before being beaten by Bangladesh in the final in Dubai. That's how competitive the Asia region is now. To even qualify for these World Cups from the regional setup, not easy. Gets the long handle out, and he's going to get 6. He may be down at number 11, but Durgesh Gupta's got the first maximum of the innings. End of the 49th, 165 for 9. As could I. But on, you look at the growth of the game in the Gulf region as well. UAE were Asia Cup finalists. And took a phenomenal win over Pakistan in the semi-finals before being beaten by Bangladesh in the final in Dubai. That's how competitive the Asia region is now. To even qualify for these World Cups from the regional setup, not easy. Gets the long handle out, and he's going to get 6. He may be down at number 11, but Durgesh Gupta's got the first maximum of the innings. End of the 49th, 165 for 9. In this lineup, and now Durgesh Gupta adding to that points. You'll often get that at youth levels though, won't you? Maybe back in their district cricket. And these guys at numbers 7 through 11 are actually playing as all-rounders. They're batting and bowling. They haven't specialised as much yet as they do at senior level. Can Bandari find something here? Just 1, maybe 2 more boundaries. 4 balls to go.
Yeah, for Bangladesh, I think it's about dots and singles. Even 2s, to be fair. Try and avoid what you've just suggested, the boundaries to get up around that 175. I think from 138 for 8 to get to that number will be a good effort.
2 was the immediate call from Bandari, and he's going to take him on. And I think the throw from he's gone to the wrong end there, because Bandari was much quicker to leave than Gupta. He'll keep the strike.
Even though Gupta was the man who hit the 6, I think that's a good idea. Bandari has scored some runs in this tournament, as you say, usually in a difficult situation too. Important for him to keep the strike.
And that's the one other thing that I think Bangladesh, their coaching team, will be disappointed with. Look at the extras counts. It's 30 now, and it just continues to rise. Far too many wide, Scott Stars.
A couple of catches have gone down, and 30 extras. Those are the 2 disappointments. And those are the things you can actually control. You can't control whether a batter plays well, you get a bad decision, but your discipline with the ball. They'll try and get through, and they will, for a single. Discipline with the ball and take your chances. There've been a couple of run-out opportunities as well. Extras go to 31, but that one you can understand.
Well, these are the moments you dream of as a number 11. I know from being down there in the order myself sometimes. There's 2 balls left. You've somehow hit a big 6. And you've got 2 balls you can just do anything you want with.
Well, as Ireland's greatest ever leg spinner, self-proclaimed, you're telling me that your dream was batting, not the bowling?
Top edge gone straight up. That could be the end of that for Durgesh Gupta as the keeper holds on. Well, he had nothing to lose, but for the first time, Nepal have been bowled out inside their 50 overs. And they'll end with 169 to their name. Bangladesh will need 170 to win.
Well, the dream of the number 11 turns into a nightmare. Gave it everything, looked for the second 6 of the innings. Wasn't enough. Last wicket stand with 27. They could be valuable runs. Remains to be seen. They've got bowlers who could
Shibli owes his team some runs. Off day behind the stumps, but he can make up for it with the bat. Got a nice start against Ireland at 44. One of 2 successful chases at this ground in this tournament so far. Jishan Alam is back, replacing Adil bin Siddiq. Only played the opening game for Bangladesh against India. It won't be easy though. Nepal have shown spirited resolve when it comes to defending small totals. Gulshan Jha and Akash Chand will be a threat with the new ball. It's a very good afternoon to Abhinav Mukund.
Good afternoon, Ronak. Good afternoon to all the viewers around the world. Nepal, have they got enough? That's the question. They can make it look like 20, 30 runs more. They bowl well and they field well, unlike their opposition. They're up against a solid batting lineup. Shibli hasn't scored big, but is one of the batters to watch out for.
Slip in a gully in place. Yeah, Nepal should be in full voice, as they are. Bangladesh one shy of a word or two to their batters, the opening period of play. They know that Bangladesh have to not only get these runs, but get them in good time. So in that lies an opportunity. 1 or 2 early wickets, and since Nepal will make this look like a lot more than 170 to get. Very wide gully in place, along with the one conventional slip for Gulshan Jha. Streaky way to get the innings underway, but Shibli will take it. 4 for him in Bangladesh.
Streaky start for Ashikur Rahman. Shibli, the luckiest day with the gloves, having some luck with the bat. Inside edge, misses the stumps, no chance for the keeper, and first boundary for Bangladesh, and they're off the mark.
Wickets in the tournament for Gulshan Jha, who's been disappointing with the bat. He's been capped several times for the senior side already. And we saw this time yesterday, Raj Limbani was right on the money with the new ball. So you can still get a lot of assistance on this surface. Even in the second innings, you're listening to Ron Abdullah Borshon, standout seamer. He said a lot more assistance for the Pacers today than previous games.
Gulshan Jha, 31-meter run in. As a batter, sometimes it's pointless to even focus when a bowler starts his run-up. It's actually okay for you to, well, we call it fine focus, fierce focus. And then you start off once he gets closer to the umpire, because it's a long way to focus on the ball and the bowler once you have this sort of a long run-up.
Yeah, I think the keeper standing a fair way back as well. Man at White Gully in business straight away. Plenty of cricket going on in the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup. Super 6 stage. We'll move on very quickly towards the semi-finals. And South Africa, could this be their tournament? Hosts have just gunned down that chase of 102 against Zimbabwe. Have been disappointing. Potchefstroom. So comfortable 9-wicket win with Steve Stoke once again, just setting it up for a quick finish. Bangladesh would be eyeing something similar here. End of the first over from Gulshan Jha. Bangladesh 4 without loss. Opener is so crucial if you are to try and not only win the game, but win it quickly. That's been an area of concern. Shibli and Adil bin Siddiq put up a good partnership against Ireland. They've changed the opening pair. Akash Chand, standout bowler for Nepal. Right up there among the leading wicket takers, 8 wickets, including a 5-wicket haul against Afghanistan. Second best returns in the tournament. He's got a slip and a wide gully as well. They both run in from a fair distance, don't they? Nepal's new ball bowlers.
Pretty old school that, because the years roll along, the run-ups keep getting shorter. For example, Jasprit Bumrah is a very short run-up. Akash Chand idolizes Shoaib Akhtar, is nicknamed Akhtar as well. And look how far out he is. That's a training session.
Slapped away from Jishan Alam. He signals Bangladesh's intent and his own.
Very clear in their approach. Just one ball as a sighter and lets his hands loose. Outside off. Flashes at it and gets the result he desires. Boundary to begin things for Jishan Alam. A more dominating way.
Badly at the top, but I think this is why they've got him back. Also runs in excess of 30 meters, does Akash Chand. That's perhaps the reason why they've made the change, in anticipating this kind of situation. He's not been among the big scores, Jishan Alam. That's why they ran out of patience after the opening game against India. But if he is the more attack-minded player, and if he's been given the license, all he needs to do is come off today.
Yeah, just the one game confirmation of that against India. But here against Nepal, I think they've given him the license to go early. All the other batters bat around him. If we can get about 30-40 in quick time, that should be fun.
Slapped away. It's gone all the way. What a shot from Jishan Alam. He means business.
That's the flattest 6 we've seen in 7 games so far. A bit of width on offer, clears his front leg and goes over sweeper cover. And flush hits the advertising boards. If that isn't signalling intent, well, watch out.
And all you need as an opening batter like that is the first 2 need to just go exactly the way they did. And that is the shorter side of the ground. Otherwise, straight boundaries are a challenge. Inside the first power play, just 2 fielders out. Helps you just clear the mind as well as a batter. Might be an inspired selection, this. He can bat even 5 or 6 overs. It's going to clear the infield comfortably. And there's a call for 3 from the batters. They settle for 2. But this is good. Good stuff this from Bangladesh. Right approach. And captain said at the top of the game that he's not concerned about net run rate, but wise team would be.
It's the best time to actually play with some aggression. This is the first power play. Just 2 fielders out, allowed outside.
It's nicely timed as well. That is a really productive over for Jishan Alam and Bangladesh. 14 from it, 18 without loss. Right, that's where things stand. So if Bangladesh are to make a serious case for the semi-finals, they must beat Pakistan in what will be the last Super 6 game for both teams. The net run rate would then come into equation. And he tries for catch it. Just have another look at it, but they can't catch up on net run rate today. But over 2 games, you never know.
Well stopped. Not a chance, definitely. But I agree with you completely. This is the opportunity for them to put pressure on Pakistan. Because Pakistan were close yesterday against Ireland. So that's 1.06. Not too far.
The other interesting dynamic to that last game is both teams will be playing for the first time at Willamore Park in Benoni. We've seen the challenges for teams to adjust to different conditions and grounds here in South Africa. Pakistan playing their first game in Potchefstroom and only just managed to get over the line after a bit of a scare against the Irish. Benoni makes its first appearance today. There's a playoff game going on, United States taking on Afghanistan, so it could very well be an even contest, especially if Bangladesh are to get this target in quick time.
That's one thing Shibli could be doing a lot more. Just rotating the strike, even though it was a misfield. As you can clearly tell that Jishan Alam has come out with one intent, and that is to score quickly. And it makes so much sense. As you mentioned, playing Pakistan in the final group game, final Super 6 game rather. Becomes a straight-up shootout. Pakistan have been phenomenal so far. It could be a cracker of a game.
Oh, put down. Put down is the last thing that Nepal needed. It's Bishal KC, who had multiple chances of his own batting. He's repaid the favor.
Quite a simple opportunity. He's a cover fielder. Didn't get his hands right on that occasion. Neither facing down nor facing up.